Hello. Hi, hi. How are you all doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. What? Hi, Bretok. Hi, Roxas. Welcome. Wait, it's Sunday and it's super rainy outside. And it's dark outside too. Looks like it's like evening or something. Feels nice, I like it. Hi, Jameson. I will drink. Not much happened today, honestly, which is nice. Not much to really yap about today. Although there's actually something that I forgot to yap about on Thursday, because Thursday I went to the legal department to find my lawyer because the lawyer asked us to sign something of the property, but that one is interesting. I think I'm gonna leave it for like longer before I talk about it. For now I'll have to keep it for myself for now. Yeah, for now anyway. Sign yourself to me. Nah, you're not even a dragon. Get out of here. Unless you're a dragon, then that's a different story, but see, thing is, you're not, so anyways, I want to just kind of jump straight to Monsanto Story Stream. Apparently there's a lot more things that I can do in Monsanto Story Stream demo, so we'll see if I can get more done today. And then maybe I can even get Halo 3 ODST started, so yeah.
Good girl is here, yay.
Hi, Evie. Master Story is for you, not Chibi. What do you mean? I thought they're never Chibi? Question mark. Oh, nice. Thank you, Roxas. I thought Monsanto Stories has never been chibi. Maybe the first one is a little bit chibi, but after like the second one is just not. I'm pretty sure. So no. Right, let me just open this up real quick. For only the trial version, this sure lasts for a long time. I've seen people play it for like 3 hours and then stop, 3 hours and then stop. Am I just taking it way too slowly? Is that it? Am I just slow? Am I just so slow? Maybe, I don't know. Right, let me get my controller. Boom. Was too full adult size? Close, I guess. It's not chibi, but it's also not realistically full adult size, I would say. It's like a nice in-between, I would say. There's something I want to change here. I kind of want to, yeah, up the music here. Just the music though, but the rest I'll keep it the same. Music very important with this game, or with Monster Hunters in general. Alright, look at that. 1854, 1851. Oh! Right, let's play this one then. No, music under 10%. I'm not you. I want to have music blasting my ears. Especially Monster Hunter music. Oh, I think I forgot to say, but I hope Evie is doing good. Actually, I hope everyone in the chat is doing good. Except for Roxas. No, joking. Oh. I need a voice high, but no music is sad. Oh, actually, I forgot to say something. I don't know why, I don't know what happened, but yesterday I started playing Doom 2 again. I started playing Doom 2 and I started playing Brutal Doom. Yeah, I don't know why I suddenly have the urge to play Doom. Feels nice. So we have... Thank you, Dragon. Oh yeah, I brought a Anja. Anja is 4-star, right? Anja is power. Oh, I have so many power actually. You take a funny coming Kunimitsu. Are they adding Kunimitsu? I already don't want to play Tekken 8, and then adding Kunimitsu just makes me want to quit Tekken or in its entirety. Any more technical monster? I kind of want to change technical to Nursella. Yenkuku is... Sniffer. I sniff. Yenkuku... How do I check the details? Sleep Chaser. Target filled with sleep take more damage, high chance to strike first. The TX name was Sniffer. Oh yeah, I named it Sniffer. When you're STO on stream? Never. Why would I want to play STO on stream? The game's so bad. Let me put... I wanna... the Yenkuku... Okay, it doesn't change anything. Okay, good. Hi, Breaky. Oh my god, Tekken. More Tekken. Breaky, wanna lurk this one? Because... Story. Also, how Breaky is doing it. This seems like a big demo. Oh yeah. Very big demo. I'm so surprised. It just came back, mini player. I'm pretty sure the gameplay doesn't change anything. Like, the gameplay doesn't change at all, I'm pretty sure. Three types of trade points are gold, silver, and bronze, and they can be earned in various ways, such as by completing quests or gathering trade items. When Link's Emporium can exchange trade points for items, each item obtained through the special goods exchange can only be acquired a limited number of times. Ah, so it's the same as the last game. I have 1k point, 1k point, and 820 points. So, do I just get all... Oh. Only bronze? Girthy garlic. Many berry. Effective against darkness, can be used as a material in combo recipes. Anesthesia? Effective against paralysis. So this one is to make paracare, I think. This one is make burn care and antidote. Effective against blast blight. Material in combo recipes. Skill seal. But the combining is so limited now, it feels like. Also, Nintendo is starting to ban artists for not safe for work. Wasn't that the case for the longest time already? Consume charge gain to one enemy and weapon level one level higher. Oh, it's a decoration. Lunch stands, sweet spot. Yeah. Soothing song. Oh, this is for horn. One enemy and the weapon level recovers 1 HP. Then grants defense with dodge up to all allies. Oh, wait, that's really good though. Haven't seen people post a cease letter. How would people post a cease letter when they're up against Nintendo? So people doing that must have been like a big artist then. They're willing to like push back against Nintendo. Increase charge gate by 2 levels, then deal damage to one enemy with the weapon element. My trigger word. Oh, hi nature dragon. I don't know what the trigger word is, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trigger the dragon. This one enemy with 5 element that reduce the duration over by 1 turn. Winning a head-to-head reduce the duration by 1 more turn. Oh, 2 shells damage from the element and grants guard to the user. Oh, wait, these are like... Oh, pet? Grant speed up to all allies. Do we need speed up? These are the passives. Okay, okay. And then the... Oh, recipes are here. Okay. We should probably get these ones first. Alright, this one... Sleep knife, paralysis knife, poison knife. List a throwing knife and sleepy fish as the required materials. Oh, from Nintendo. Wait, you're saying Nintendo's is cease and desisting people posting not safe for work art? Oh, that's a new low for Nintendo. Life suit. This herb and stone as the required material. Life suit? I kinda want that. I don't know what that does. 500 left. Immunizer. List honey and bitterbark as the required materials. Immunizer increases... increases natural healing, I think. Yes, sir. I guess we'll show her ladyship how we do things in the ranges, yeah? Yep, today's the day we were gonna set up camp after all. Finally, a chance to observe rangers' activities in the flesh. We conduct our activities beyond the walls. Will you venture into the unknown with us? Gladly. I'm in your care, Princess Tira. Ooh, wow. Alright, now we can exchange things. I'm pretty sure we have combined, yeah, new combining things. Grants to generate to 1 ally. Yeah. Potion, life suit. Oh, herb 2 and 2 stone? Restore small amount of all allies HP. That's really good, isn't it? Yeah, craft all of them. Immunizer is bitterbark and honey. Immunizer seems pretty good. Let's just grab them. I think we're heading out. Check the map. I don't think there's any more side quests. Oh yeah, smithy. I want this. Blood Cry. Downing Shaft. Bone Katana Wolf. 26? Wyvern Fail 35? Let's make this one. Shell. Oh, okay. We had this one. And this one... Shell Gunbird. Ludroth Harpoon? Ooh, I kinda like poison though, not gonna lie. It deals a lot less damage. But it does have poison. This one's fire though. Okay, this one needs something something. Okay, okay. I'm wearing this one, upgrading this one requires... Oh! Must be from other monsters as well, the Scylla armor. Non-elemental attack boost for defense boost. Synchronize? Does they increase double attack damage? Oh, double attack, it's not synchro damage. Okay, okay. But Nahabra armor inflict rate up. Oh, 2 skills. Health boost, item save, instigator. Make enemies slightly more likely to focus their attacks on the user. Oh. Slight chance not to consume items when using them. So increase maximum HP. Hey. Anti-venom, darkness resistance, and thunder defense boost. Ooh, wait, this sounds pretty good though. It feels very defensive, I like it. Lightning resistance. Fire defense boost and anti-burn. Water defense and steel breaker. Fire attack boost and critical. Insomniac inflict rate up. Anti one hit KO. I might just need this. Low chance to survive a hit that would have otherwise been fatal. Oh wow. Increase abnormal status inflict rate. Low chance to negate sleep. Wait, the Scylla armor is just so good though. Yeah. I'm gonna be so stonk now. I think, do I need to change armor from the chest? Or am I just wearing the layered armor? Wait, am I wearing the wrong armor? Changing your equipment. Here you can check your stat and skills. And change equipped weapons, armor, and decorations. Oh, okay. Equipped weapons, armor, and decorations can be saved as a set. Registering a set allows you to change into the equipment at any time. Nice. Oh, wow. I've been wearing the wrong armor all this time. Wow. There we go. Okay. I don't want to look like that though. I mean, it looks cool, but... No, not appearance. Oh shit. Get back. Okay. Okay. Now I'm wearing the right armor. Right. So... Leave the castle, give her introduction to our range activities. Okay. I love the guidance from the kitty. It's nice. At least I can know whenever, right? If I'm lost, I can just press R1 and know what to do. Hey. You have an ancient knife? Holy shit. Can you fly though? I don't think, what if they cannot fly? That would be kind of bad, no? Redden. Well, GG, I guess. Too bad. Redden. Gimme Redden. Can I just say that this game looks so fucking good, by the way? Holy shit. What button to descend again? L2? Yeah. Hello. Well, at least she can teleport. Oh my god, Spooder. Spooder. We love Redden. No monsters here? Nice. We should get as much as possible. It gives so much XP. We have... I think that's a Ludrov. Ludrov... Is that a bird wyvern egg? 2 bird wyverns? No, this one pattern looks different. Yen Kutku? Yeah. Piscine? Oh! It's Plesiev! But it's not shiny though. I kinda want a shiny egg. Isn't this a red end? One more. Oh! Please don't be Yankuku. Royal Ludrov? Shiny? Gonna bad feeling we wonder hurting some bit. Oh! Oh! I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Ay! Run! Oh my god, it's an Espinas. Holy! I guess we're fighting it. Oh my god, it's immune to my breath attack. I'm dead. Longsword basics. This slashing weapon can be used in different ways depending on the situation. While the drawn weapon state, the spirit gauge charges. During special sheath, the spirit gauge is consumed to execute follow-up attacks. Drawn weapon. Charge the spirit gauge by winning head-to-heads or using specific skills. Increases attack power and crit rate according to the count of the gauge. Enable use of stand skills when the gauge is charged. Transfer into special sheath after the stand skill is used. Enhanced normal attack. Perform follow-on attacks according to the stand skill used. The number of turns special sheath is active. This is different by the gauge color. Enable use of spirit release slash. Oh my god, longsword is still as convoluted as ever. Princess might die here, actually. Use damage one enemy with weapon element that increases spirit gauge by 1 level. Oh, I just do spirit reckoning immediately? Okay. Assumes the retaliation stance, which launches counter attacks after enemy attack. Requires spirit gauge from level 1 or higher. I don't know if it's power. I mean, there's no way Espinas do a technical attack now. We'll see. Yeah. Tree? What? Oh no. Oh no, we're dead. We deal 1 damage. We deal 1 damage, oh no. It's aiming for me. It's probably not gonna do a power attack here, but still, I want power. What beats power again? Speed beats power. Okay. I'm still dead, I think. Oh my god, I have 1 health. Assumes return stage launches counter attacks of enemies attack. I guess we do 1 more time, Spirit Reckoning. Critical tree. 360 damage. Oh wow. Wow, I don't think we can win this. I mean, obviously we can. We're dealing like 1 damage against this thing. It was power, now it could be speed, I feel like. If it's speed, we need technical. I feel like it could be speed. Only one way to find out. Oh my god, we are so right. Sleep applied? Ooh, 16? Wow. I mean, it's not a sleep anymore. Is it gonna do AoE? Looks like AoE. We should probably run away. Oh, I didn't get to do my thing. They have to do speed attack now, right? Why am I doing this though? Oh, to run away. I think we should run away. We cannot win this one. We're doing like 1 damage. Fine. So, is it impossible to win against Espinas now? Oh, it's very afraid of sleep. It resists fire, physical, and lightning? Must be afraid of water. Unfortunate, but it's okay. Couldn't win against that. I guess it's an impossible monster that Narix told me about. Finding the regal fin. Is it here? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Maritime princess that lives in this lake here. I'm a dressmaker. I'm positively convinced the maritime princess would make for a wonderful motif. Have you seen it? If you ever manage to catch a glimpse, please do tell me where. Finding the regal fin. Edel armor recipe? Ooh. Regal fin known as maritime princess often rests in the waters of small caves. Overheard some children talk about it singing in this lake. Is a cave around here? Come up here then. Get that ass. Oh, we don't get preemptive strike. Please, it feels power. Feels like it's power, no? Oh, it's speed. Wow. Whoa. How is it 300 damage again? What? Everything is so strong. Hello? Was it speed? I forgot. Is there log? Is there log on what they did? I mean, they're not attacking me, so let's see again. Wow, I mean, we're doing good damage. Are we though? I mean, if I do this, would it sleep? I mean, chance to inflict sleep though. I don't know. It could be technical now. I forgot what it does. I don't remember, my brain doesn't work good. Oh, it's power now, okay. Good shit. Oh no, I cannot retaliate, I have no stamina. It looks like it's gonna do AoE, you know? Speed 1. I guess I'll just do normal hit here. I mean, not much I can do here. Hiya! Hyperspace tackle? Yeah, we're all dead. We're all dead, actually. Okay, it's still pissed. We need speed now. It's aiming at... It's a problem. I cannot see what it's aiming at. It's aiming at Toby? Oh, okay. If you're aiming at Toby, I guess I have to try and double attack again. Well, unless I do that. Lucky! Nice, we have a chance. Return to normal. Okay, I forgot what it does. I guess we retaliate. Oh, it's speed. Ooh. Oh no. 무리しないで. Okay, I guess we need speed again. Oh, they're doing that. Okay. They're gonna cancel the attack. Nice. We're not doing any damage here, to be honest. Oh, that's so cool. Oh. 諦めない. It's gonna do hyperspace tackle. Yeah. We need to cancel that. We need to cancel the hyperspace tackle. Yeah. Okay, we good. Anything is so nice. Get him, squirrel. They can double attack with my Tobi Kadachi, I think. Oh no. Nice damage. I should probably use fire damage here. Yeah, I should have changed that long ago. But I'm almost cutting the tail. The engine is doing power attack. Let's just cut the tail first. Oh, it didn't break. Oh, 500! Return to normal, so we need technical now? Nice. It's gonna take a while, but we might do it here. Is it not doing anything? This is not hyperspace tackle, is it? I don't think it is. It should be. Well, either way, I need defense. It is hyperspace tackle, what the fuck? Oh, we lost! Oh no! Oh no! I didn't expect a hyperspace tackle here. Unlucky. I thought we could win. Unlucky. Oh, Yenkoku. We need this thing. Are you doing something here? Oh. Yenkoku is technical, so this is... Are you doing charge? I'll help engine up here. I'm gonna break the head. Let's play bonk. Get him! Deal damage to all enemies with the weapon element, inflicting heavy damage to the vibrant soul gauge. Chance to inflict stun. Deal damage to one enemy with the weapon element, inflicting greater damage to parts with repeated use. Repeated use? Cannot believe it, not a one shot, wow. Not a one shot. I forgot what Yenkoku does when it's pissed. Well, NNO is doing technical. I trust Eleanor. We did it! Holy. Nice. It's Spooder. Holy, Eleanor is strong. Nice. My first win of the day. Definitely did not lose twice. Once to Espinas and once to Plesioth. Hello. 100 Poogies around the vine. The graves and the Poogie grew side by side. Call it Poogie ecology. 1 to 40 practical solution. But listen to me, practical about the past. One dark and stormy night, a mysterious cry rang out, causing a Poogie stampede. We searched high and low, but to no avail. We could restart Poogie ecology. If enough of them came back, I'd say about 30 of them would do the trick. Do you happen to find our missing Poogies? So 30 Poogies? Anytime I saw a Poogie, I tell them to come straight back. Here's to yours truly. They're intelligent creatures, they are. You should know that Poogies prefer places without people. You should probably spot them in places and paths less traveled. Let's aim for 30 Poogies for now. Is there actually gonna be 30 Poogies in this demo? I mean, that would be crazy, though. Alright, it's my time to... It's my chance to steal everything here. Mine, mine, mine. Oh. Is there a WoW app done off that I can... Oh my god, it might be. Wait, it is!
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me in the next 2 minutes.
What? Hi, Snowwolf. Well, we got the preemptive strike. Oh. Oh my god, poor thing. This game's cool as fuck, oh my god. Can we not have Monsty? For Afternoon? Also hope Snowwolf is doing it, welcome. Purple shiny. Like footprints. Paralysis knife, oh my god. I don't even see them, what the heck? Get out of here. Oh, it's raining heavily outside. Kobo left rain. Any Velocodrome nest in the area? I'll try raising my first monster in some time. I'm after a Velocodrome egg. No matter where I look, I can't find one. I thought they were supposed to be quite common, perhaps I'm unlucky? If you happen to have any Velocodrome eggs, would you be willing to part with one? Ooh, okay. Unhatched tech over a month, they prepare you for your efforts, so you'll be so kind. Oh, okay. Well... Kobo hide. Ooh, there's a lot of blue dwarfs there. I think I need them. And yeah. And yeah. There should be power.
Oh my god, 2 aiming for me? Bonk him! Double topple? Nice, holy shit. Yeah, I mean, I said it, I'll say it again. The combat in this game feels really nice, holy shit. I guess we're not strong enough. Bonk. Oh my god, are they all aiming for me? It's so mean. Alright, let's spin them. They'll do water surge. Oh. Oh. Nice. $69, very nice. Nice damage. Man, being stuck at level 10 is so painful. I can't even fight against Espinas or Lisius. Paolo is technical, I think. I'll do it again. Dang. I'll help. Yeah, let Nusila help him. Charge tackle. I don't know if charge tackle will trigger double attack, to be honest. Oh, we need piercing. I should focus on one actually. Oh, we got 2 bricks. Good enough. Oh, 1 actually. Yeah, just 1. And 1 is good enough. And then no is so strong. Holy shit. Again, for a demo, this is impressive as fuck. Holy shit. Another power loom on top? Nice. Aiming for me. Didn't it become speed? Ration? Oh. We broke 2 parts out of that easy. We don't need a power loom, like, come on. No power loom needed. Like, just something about power loom's design that doesn't really appeal to me. Oh. Where are we going? Oh. Oh, they're flying Yen Cuckoo as well. I didn't even know this. Here? Nice. Uh-oh. Don't do it! My ass! Oh no! Oh. Get out of here. Hmm. Whoa, chicken! Oh my god, chicken! Oh shit, chicken. A very Yankutku, and the crystalline parts are different from that Chatacabra. Our touch remains the same, break the crystallized part and take it down. So, Fairy Yankuku is probably gonna do something different, or is it gonna still be technical for now? If it's gonna be technical still, I should probably change the speed first, no? Wait, no, speed. Technical beat speed, so we need power. Wait, power is right, power is right. Shell skills weakened, stun. I should probably bonk it. Oh! Dang! Hi, Dang! What? I think I stopped by your stream for just a little bit since I kinda am a little late today. How was stream? Hopefully stream was good. Because you keep being available. I mean, it is my stream time, so... Thanks for the raid again, Zen. Also, welcome in raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. And also hope Jump Space was fun. I'm still playing the demo. This demo is like so much more than I thought. It's gonna do power attack, don't do a skill. Bonk. Okay, so it is still technical. I was playing a cool co-op space game with Basti. Oh, nice. Hopefully it was fun as heck. I guess we bonk again. It's probably not gonna do another technical attack, but we'll see. Yeah, it's gonna do fireball. Oh, he doesn't hit. The crystallized part have started activating. Just look at the sheer volume of powder. Looks like it doesn't counter attack the way Chatacabra do. Figure out when and how it attacks. So is it gonna be power now? They're doing technical, so are they gonna do speed? If I do technical, Angie could help me here. She shot at robots with a sci-fi sniper rifle, and I whacked them with a big wrench like a futuristic caveman. Futuristic caveman. Sounds fun. Sounds like a good time. Heck yeah. Alright, let's do a technical attack against that thing. That's how we get the double attack from Angie. Okay. And Angie is so clever. I kinda want to just break the head, but I think I kinda need to break the tail. I wanna see if it... I don't think it counter attacks now. Oh, it does. Holy 69! Looks like the Yin Cuckoo doesn't counter attack the way Chatacabra do. I also hit a pizza cooker build on our ship and actually set fire to the ship. Best cook in the galaxy's end? I agree. Hey, the bigger the fire, the better the cook, no? You're fighting a giant chicken? Yeah, it's a big chicken. Looking at everything I want, it will fight back. Poison's real pain and cure any poison with antidotes. Unlucky. Faltering, you're still pissed? Doing a technical hit, so let's not hit the head, no? Let's do a technical with Angie. Chicken back on its feet. Looks like it's still pissed. I don't know what it does. Uh-oh. That might have been a bad idea. Let's hope this breaks. Ooh. Okay, we survived. Well, Eleanor died. Kill the tackle? Okay, they're not doing kinship yet. They are technical again. So we need to aim for the tail now, I think. Let's try. Okay, it doesn't counter attack. Ow. Okay, we're both at level 2 now. No more tail hits. If I'm frying this terry chicken, I'ma cook us some fancy noodles by myself since I bought some shrimps and veggies. Sounds good. Thanks for the raid again. Have fun cooking them noodles. I hope this doesn't kill. Just do it. Nice. We get him. Okay, we're both level 3. Let's do it, baby! We destroy the tail immediately. This is cool as fuck though, holy shit. That should break. That didn't even break! Didn't even break the tail. Easy. Think your lot could outmaneuver a pharaoh monster. The rangers are formidable indeed. You honor us with your words, Lady Eleanor. We are so good. But a pharaoh monster rearing its ugly mug so close to the castle. Confusing, I must admit. We better investigate the area, so let's set up camp here. Now then, shall we start brainstorming a plan? Such wonderful camp. So what exactly is it that the rangers do here? Whatever is necessary for the execution of our duties. There's a place to hatch eggs and even a merchant. Camp's a great place to kill a bit of time if you feel like it. And camps can be set up after slaying a pharaoh monster. The following activities are available at camps. Use of facilities like the stables or in ranger mess. Conversations with other rangers. There's even a kitchen here. I fancy myself quite the chef, you know. Perhaps I'll make something for the team. Oh boy, cannot wait to eat a mouthful of Eleanor's home cooking. A mouthful of Eleanor's home cooking? Wow. Let's hurry back to camp. A mouthful, huh? Any of these recipes should be doable, so pick whatever you feel like eating. You can use ingredients to eat a meal at a ranger mess. Eating food will grant temporary buff. Choose meat, fish, vegetable, or grain. Ooh. Choose additional ingredients you wish to add optional. Each food category offers unique effect. Using additional ingredients increase these effects. Meat attack, fish defense, vegetable increase affects field expeditions, and grain affects character growth. Ooh. Obtain food recipes to increase the number of food you can cook. Recipes can be obtained at the Emporium, awarded for completing quests, or earned in other ways. Increased item gathered in the field. Increased EXP gain in battle. Increase the starting stamina. Increase the starting stamina feels really good. Oh, no added ingredients. I don't think I have them yet. God damn! That cooking sequence looks so fucking clean, holy shit. That is clean, crazy. I love that. That's amazing. Well done, Sir Loin? Wait. 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 Oh my god. I've been spoiled. Oh my god. Yeah, she got it correct. Oh, why did I get it correct? Sirloin? I think that's sirloin. A juicy steak seasoned with coarse black pepper. This thick slab of meat resembles the magnificent mountains of Azuria with melted butter glowing like the sun between the peaks. Wow. At the very least, I remember it being close enough. Oh, I'm the best, holy shit. Each juicy bite hits the taste buds with meaty delight. Wow. New flavor bonus attack. Nice. That cooking sequence is so clean though, it's crazy. I love that so much.
いろいろとみんなの申し出に応えていただいてありがとうございました。エレーヌ殿下。エレーヌでいいわ。敬語もなしで。はい、構わないけど。私こそあなたにお礼を言わないとね。ここへ連れてきてくれてありがとう。おかげでレンジャーの活動がどういうものか分かったわ。帰国したら私もモンスターの保護活動に力を入れるつもり。私たちの国でも絶滅の危機にあるモンスターがたくさんいるのよ。こっちの国より事態は深刻なのだけど。そうなの？私たちの国では晴れの日でも明るい日差しはなく、真っ白な逆さ雪のかけらが舞っているの。
Oh, that's weird.
雪みたいに綺麗だけど、みんな死の雪と呼んでいるわ。畑は台無しになるし、多くの人々が住む場所を失って路頭に迷ってる。食料不足でお腹を空かせた子供たちが泣いているし、ライダーたちはお供を世話する余裕さえなくしている。そ ことに。私たちの唯一の希望が北限の向こうにある聖域なのよ。聖域のことは知っている？話なら聞いたことがあるわ。200年前、私たちの国が一つだった時、そこに城があったって。ええ、そうらしいわね。内乱で大きな戦が起きた。その時、大勢の犠牲者を出してお城も滅んでしまったらしいわ。昔は一つの国だったなんて想像できないわね。交流さえ難しい今となっては。ほんとね。階段で話が出たけれど、女王は聖域を取り戻そうとしている。そうすることが民のためだと信じてるの。だけど竜神と交わした約定がある。絶対に破ってはいけない約束でしょ。北限の向こうは禁足地になっていて、私たちは二度と立ち入ってはいけない。かたくなに約定を守ろうとするアズラルの考えもわかる。わかるけれど、私たちはもうどうにもならないところまで追い詰められてしまっているのよ。私は何も知らずにあの場所にいたんだな。どういうこと？ビュリオンがどんな状況に陥っているのかなんて知らなかったし、知ろうともしなかった。興味があって状況を知っていたら何かできたってこと？いえ、それはこれは意地悪な言い方ね。でもそれなら私だって同じよ。アズラルの国王は私たちを無視する悪い王様で、国民もすごく意地悪な人たちだって思っていたわ。そうなの？ええ。でも話をしてみたら全然違った。あなたたちのこと何も知らなかったのよ。だからお互い様。そう言ってもらえると嬉しいな。だからもっとレンジャーの活動を知りたいと思って、まずは卵を保護するのね。
卵。
ええ、絶滅危惧種の卵を保護して生態系を取り戻そうとはしているけど、簡単なことではなくて、生態系を脅かすモンスター、神獣というんだけど、その神獣が危惧種の縄張りを奪って住処にしてしまっていて。神獣ね。保護するにもまずは縄張りを取り戻さないといけないのか。
How's the performance of the game? Absolutely amazing, honestly. Like, the game looks beautiful as fuck, and then the game runs at pretty much 60 here, like smooth as butter. So I would say the performance is super duper amazing. I have no complaints, none. The game runs so good actually. So yeah.
そういうことね。私にも生態系を取り戻す手伝いをさせてくれないかな。もちろんよ。
In order to secure an endangered species tag, the first step is to find an invasive monster territory, right? Exactly, but invasive monsters are cautious creatures and only come out at night. Let's wait for the sun to set, then start our investigation. There's more to the demo! Holy shit! Nah, no way. Oh my god, there's more! Is this just a demo or is this the full game? Holy shit. It's so crazy. Invasive monsters are powerful monsters that inhabit the wilds. These monsters take over the dwellings of endangered species and make them their own territory. The eggs of endangered species can only be found in the dens of invasive monsters, which means you will have to face those monsters to retrieve them. Nighttime features. The following changes all occur in the field at night. Monsters in the field become stronger. Strange phenomena are more likely to occur in dens. Monsters that cannot normally be found during the day may appear. Other unusual incidents may also occur if you continue fighting battles into the night. The time of your expedition can be changed at caravan stands. However, it will always be daytime at all the bases, and the time of day may change when progressing the story. Ooh. Oh my god, you can forge things here? Lunge stance. Deals damage to one enemy with the weapon element that assume a lunge stance? Which launches follow attacks after allies attack. Requires spirit engagement of 1 or higher. Oh, wait, this is the OP stance, I think. Gift. Oh yeah, I have a frozen spear too now. Oh, I need one more. Right, let's save real quick. Let's explore nighttime for a little bit before we go to the main objective. We should go to more monster dens, honestly. Maybe nighttime we can have more monsters? We never know. Come here, take me. Ooh, is nighttime stronger? Oh, nighttime might be stronger. Holy shit. Bonk him. Holy. That's one dead. I don't know if technical is right. Let's do speed just in case. I don't know. I mean, they're doing power though. Alright, let's follow suit. Oh, they're technical. Lucky. Holy damage? Am I really gonna get stuck at level 10 only? We do need to find a Velocidrome egg, no? Let's go to multiple monster den and hope we can find one. Spider web? Is there gonna be Nursula here? Bird. Bird. Well, that's Velocipray if we can get that. No. Yen could cool. No. Chips Ross. I'll do it again. Real drop. There we go. You couldn't pick up any more eggs? I got so lucky. Right, we can complete the quest now. Easy. I mean, it should do, right? The grandmama did say she just wants an egg. Hello. Yeah, you can have it. Do you really not mind? You have my utmost gratitude. I'll raise it well. This little one is practically jumping out with chill. Velocipoo. Oh my god, Velocipoo. Velocipoo. We love Velocipoo. Should I invasive species care for the camera at night? Okay, let's explore this place for a little bit. Oh. Hiya. Drone prey, okay. They should be speed, right? Let's change the technical immediately. Oh, either bomb, okay. Ooh, they hurt, holy shit. I mean, they don't look powerful. They're probably not gonna do... What if they do power? I mean, they're not aiming at anyone, so... I should bonk this little guy first. Attack down? Okay. Oh, it's weak too. Oh, have I been hitting the wrong way? Wait, Eleanor is doing speed though. Is he gonna do speed? Speed. Are you gonna do power? Okay, let's trust Eleanor for this. Eleanor changes the potion? Okay. Oh my god, Eleanor is right. Heard. Return to normal, so it's back to technical now. I guess let's bonk him. There's no need for double attack with this one. Get bonked! Ah, let's do it. Holy, what is this Velocidrome? It's so strong. They're doing power attack? Interesting choice. Okay, it's not broken yet. Oh, they're aiming here. Oh, they're using sword, of course. Let's bonk them. You're doing Blaze Ball? It's doing... No, it's behaving strangely, so we need speed now. Oh, it's almost broken. They're gonna break it. Nice too. Oh, they're gonna do Angela style? Yeah, let's do it together. Yo, let's go smoother! God damn, this smoother crazy. God, this is so cool. That took a while. How is the Velocidrome so tough to kill? Holy shit. Oh, red and down here. Set pin. Kill! Kill! Now we got 2 engineers. Oh, Wyvern Soul. I think we should focus on one. Holy damage! Oh, that's a different skill. What the damage? Isn't it gonna kill Angie? Oh no. Oh no, NG. They're aiming for NG. Wait, we might lose this one if this happens. Wait a minute. Alright, let's do this. Burn, oh. Holy damage? Sleep needle. Deals damage to one enemy and with the weapon element, then remove special sheath. Let's do a double attack, why not? Nice! Nice. We cancel the attack? Oh my god, we cancel the attack, that's crazy. Yeah, riding, doing baseball, okay. I need to change weapon now. Oh, they're still aiming for tail. Weird. It's probably not the best doing that, but I didn't know I'm gonna act first. Return to normal, so it's gonna be technical again. It's aiming at them. I'll just keep power attacking this thing. Hi Luna, welcome. Water. Thing that's aimed at us? Yeah. Look at this dinosaur. Wow, nighttime monster is really strong. And then we're stuck at level 10. Oh no. How's the game? Pretty good. This is way more than I thought for a demo. Crazy. Okay, I wanna get the thing. There's a rare den down here. Damn damage. Here, I'll topple them. Uh-oh. We're gonna bully this one single Velocipray? Oh, sucks to be you, Velocipray. Oops. Nothing demo showcase a lot more than most demos, right? I mean, the previous demo that we have for Monster Hunter, like Monster Hunter Rise, Monster Hunter Wilds, we get like two hunts and a training most of the time. Ooh. Wilds is not bad though. Wilds is like they give you the weapon training, and then I already forgot about the open beta test. Oops, I don't remember. One. Burn one. They aim at one at me, one at them. We're gonna technical spin them. my turn. Get toppled. It's crazy how this game looks so fucking good, right? And then runs better than most like AAA games, I feel like. I mean, the fact that this game runs on my system is already really strong, and then runs at a very steady frame rate is already like really heckin' cool. So yeah, it's very fucking amazing. These guys should be technical, right? So power is right. Let's spin them. Ooh, the spin again. Oh. Killer Tackle is so cute. Spin them. 69, very nice. Holy damage! Maybe when the devs actually make it so anyone can play, then yes, if it's data only, then it's a low. But if you make it not require all the resources, and even people with weak PC can run it. I'm just gonna be blunt. My PC is weak as fuck. It is, right? And the fact that my PC can run Wilds is already a miracle. And then with the recent Monster Hunter Wilds update, makes it so I can run at 30 FPS. It's pretty amazing. And then this game runs smooth 60, it's like really fucking good. So I guess Capcom is being nice somehow. I'm surprised, honestly. Yeah, I understand, right? Like, it's such a shame that these days the game companies thinks us like everyday life people have a NASA computer. Is crazy. I hate it when that happens. It's like, why does people need a NASA computer to play your game, right? Fire. Aim at me. Oh, they do water surge, unfortunate. It's could be saved. Excuse me, game? I got one shot by a fucking Ludrov? Are you kidding me? What? God damn, I didn't think I'm that weak. My company actually thinking of place a true shocker. It's so rare these days. Non-existent even, dare I say. But I wouldn't say non-existent. Because I'm pretty sure there are like indie game devs out there actually thought of like people not having a NASA computer. So yeah. Hi Pet Gamer. Really rough. Who do I use? What do I use? Shit. It's power. We need speed. Oh. Get that ass. Hope you're doing good, Pet Gamer. Oh, weapon soul damage. Wait. Ludroth is power. Yeah, Ludroth is power, so we need speed. What am I thinking? But we have preemptive strike, so... Oh my god, what am I looking at? Okay, wait. This is really bad. Help. Well, I can head to head against one, but the rest... Oh my god, it's all water surge. I'm dead. I'm dead 3 times. Just let me take 1 hit. Okay, we're safe, we're safe. God damn! Do I still have my guard? Oh my god! Excuse me, they're just Ludroths? Retreat rate plus 3%. The major companies nowadays focus only on profit, sadly. Well, yeah, considering how they are so, like, you know, their brain just thinks of AI constantly. There are some minority of company that doesn't look at AI, you know. Sadly, those are the minorities, which is... it does... I don't think it does speed anymore. It used to be power, now it should not be power anymore. If Angie is right, I might be able to help Angie. Alright, let's try. Maybe we can help Angie. Here we go. It's technical. We did it. Oi, we lost. Hiya. Are you sure this is supposed to be the game? We are stuck at level 10. They feel like they are level 200,000 million. Excuse-moi? Am I not supposed to fight things at night? Huh? You telling me, a Kobo, not supposed to go out there and fight everything that I see? In a game like this? Hi. What now? I mean, I wanted red then. I guess I should avoid fights. I mean, what else can I do? They are strong as fuck. I guess we should try to fly as high up as possible. Uh-oh. Who that? Who that? There's something bright down there. What's that? No, I don't think I want to go there. Not now anyway. Alright, what do we have here? Sun petal plains. Is that Gypsyros? No, wait, that Gypsyros looks different. That's a subspecies of a Gypsyros, I think? Oh, that looks so weird. Oh, I'm gonna die here, but... Oh, it's purple! Oh, I forgot purple Gypsyros exist. I think Gypsyros is... technical? Oh, she's doing speed. Wait. Oh. Nice. 176, excuse me. Smells like an AoE. I should probably just retaliation stance here. Flash? Yeah. Nice. With... I'm... Nobel Elixir? Holy! Eleanor is so rich. So rich. I don't know if power effect's a good idea here. I mean, it's gonna do AoE, so it's probably fine. Yeah. Oh, it is still technical. Wait, so it went... Oh, nah. Wait, Eleanor got stunned. Ah, that's why the Nobel Elixir didn't go off. Okay, okay. Second win on NG. NG should be doing a power attack here, unfortunate, but it is what it is. Consume Soul Spirit Gauge and grant critical eye to the user. Consume one enemy attack with the weapon element. Counters one enemy attack with the weapon element. Remove special shield for countering or at the end of turn. Let's try this one. Oh, I have to let them count. Oh, I have to let them hit me. I have to let them hit me. Oh my god, what a poison. It's definitely not power now. It could be... I mean, when it's piss, it's technical. So, when it's not piss, it's... power? I mean, Eleanor is doing technical, so let's give it a try. Please work. Yo! Lucky! EP? Hell yeah. I think we cast out its attack. Oh, power wins against technical. Oh, we need speed higher. Oh, thanks for saving me. We skip this one. No, I wanna look at it. I wanna look at dinosaur. Dinosaur. Okay, now we need power. Oh, thanks for the leg, Akko. It's gonna do flash, I think. Yeah. Kill him. No damage. That's right. But we're not gonna use the kinship skill here. Yo, damage. Nobre elixir. Is it gonna make it stun again? What? God damn, I have 1 health. It's aiming for me. I have to kinship skill here. Another dinosaur. NG cannot hit them. Oh my god, Sniffer only has 1 health. Oh, they're doing Angel Assault? Okay, let's change to... Toby. We skip this one, we just saw it. No, we don't do it. I feel like Synchro Assault, it's not gonna do a lot of damage somehow, so... Oh, I can do this! Well, you're fucked, I guess. Hiya! Here comes the big boy! Excuse me, damage? I love that. Nice, easy. Wow, we won against another monster at nighttime, holy shit. I can't even win against a Royal Ludroth. But I won against a purple Gypsroth somehow. Okay, let's continue to the red end. Red end is... this way. Oh, can I even fly there? Oh, this Scylla is probably gonna kill me here. Stand there, stand there, stand there. Can you not stand? Ridiculous. Wait. Wrong button. Ooh. Oh. Oh, run! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yay. No! No, don't. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. I'm gonna die if I fight. Let me kill the monster then, you fuck. Oh, I see it, I see it, I see it. Go, 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 get it, get it. Okay, okay, okay. Oh wait, we got spear tuna. Alright, what do we have here? A lot of different eggs that I've never seen before. Shiny Toby? I mean, I already have a Toby. Like, who's that? Right? Who's that? Who's this? And who's that? Right? Anjanath? We have a shiny Anjanath. Oh! Yeah! Another egg. God damn it. What are you gonna... Bird wyvern. Okay, okay. The monster spotted. Go! Oh my god, Toby is so fast. Just a second. Don't do it, don't do it. Ah, fuck! I have to win this. There's no way it's gonna one shot. Okay, okay. Fuck. Alright, here we go. What attack do we have? Piercing. Okay, 3 of them. They're all weapon soul damage. Piercing on head. Bonk on tail. Let's do a technical attack on head. Nah, holy shit. I have to win this if I need the egg. Can I see windmill? I've never seen that before. Am I dead? Well, we lost. And we lost the egg. Unlucky! What the fuck? I lost a red end just for this? Am I not supposed to fight anything at night time? I'm pissed. Also, hi Jade. I guess I'm not supposed to fight a single thing at night time. Is that it? What'd I do? Other than just progress through the game, I guess. I mean, what else can I do if I just keep dying like this? I mean, I'm stuck at level 10. What else can I do? The wrong button. God damn it, my red den. I got a special egg too. Oh, I don't know what that egg is. And I lost it because of goddamn. Ooh, that's a weird place. Wow, this is a really good place. This place reminds me of Malzino, though. I don't think I can get in. Yeah, I think this is like not in the demo kind of thing. I should get that time once I get into a fight. Because there's music once I get into the fight. We found Pig.
これは
Weapon sphere. Map of the surrounding area. The movie and rather take flight is truly a sight to behold. Few dips in the lake before I learn to fly properly. Perennial splendor.
ほら
Teams with female when breeding season comes around. Oh,
ほら
the grotto in lake leads one out to have rare creatures inside. Oh, pin.
いえ
The lore of this lake, any half-hearted attempt would to fight. Oh, is that why the place is impossible to win against? Even when gliding, my gut says something up there. Okay, pin.
ほら
It's important trying out first raises. Oh, loop. Anything else? What is that? Oh, that's a Pookie. Oh wait, I set red pin on the wrong thing. Hi.
ほら
Okay. Alright, anything else? You can find rare nests in place devoid of human presence. Heaven for poogies with all the mushrooms growing everywhere. Ambulating barrow around here. It's getting more and more pinned. Much time has been around since Azuria was founded. So we have 5 places that we need to like look at. But we should go here first, right? Or to have rare creatures inside, right? I'm tempted. Alright, I think it's here, right? Okay, let's get up there again, repin the thing, and try to get to one place there. So we... Red pin, right? Okay, okay. The red pin set to... here. Okay. Is there a red then? Oh, it's just a monster then. And another peak? Okay, okay. Oh, I cannot win against Adorio Ludroff though. Where's the quest? Where's the quest character? I like here. But that's a monster then, no? I didn't mean to go to a monster then, but okay. It's on the egg here. Yeah, I've seen these eggs before, have I? Yen Kut Ku. Is this Plesioth? I feel like I haven't had this egg before. Yeah, let's take this one. And then we can have one more. It's a different color. Is this green Plesioth? I think that's it. we have a normal Plesioth, and then we have a green Plesioth. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure this is what it is. Okay, we have 2 Plesioths now. But I don't think I have enough space to like hatch all the eggs though. I guess I have to release some once I hatch them. fuck. Wait. Where's the quest giver? What do you mean? There's star here, but there's no one here. Okay, fine, we're going to the cave. Ooh. What? They don't seem frightened at all? They must be used to people? Regal Fin! Oh! Oh my god, that's cute as fuck. What? Regal Fin? Again. We love Regal Fin. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, okay. So red flag there. Relatively close together, no? Ooh.
これは
Guess there's not much here. There's a big shiny. Okay. 2 red ends here? Blue, blue. There? Okay. I guess flying there would be a lot easier, but I think I can just like swim there and go. I just hope the police thief doesn't catch up to me. Because apparently at nighttime you're not supposed to fight anything here. I think. Considering that I've lost about 85% of my fights here. Hi, horse dragon. Oh my god, dragon. Hope you're having a good night. It's been nice. The demo is huge, it's crazy. Is there a red pleasing? Yeah, I can just fly there. I hope Horse Dragon is doing good. Yeah, it's just a demo, it's crazy. Alright. I need to play it through myself then? Never touched one of the stories games personally. I played 2. It's quite enjoyable. Never played 1 myself since I don't own the game. Uh-oh. Can I climb him? Uh-oh. Hey, we see the regal fin. Like the idea of mounting scaly creatures though? Yeah, it's the sole reason why I started playing Monster Hunter Stories too. Oh good. Nice, we got a new armor. That's a drum. I think I can win against a drum. So drum goes from speed to technical, I think. If it's speed we need technical to start with. Yeah. Slick needle, charge tackle. I'll try to attack them first. EP. Like, I have to say though, the visual of this game is crazy. I'll do it again. What? Wow, thanks. Your NG died. I don't remember what it does here. It's probably gonna go technical. So we go power, I guess. NG is doing technical for some reason. It's aiming at my Nurseler. Ah, right, I forgot. Burn, nice. Oh, the small ones are weak. I think it's gonna do a technical attack. I might be wrong. I don't know, it's doing speed though. So, is it gonna be power? I trust in Eleanor. Gave me some more says previous. Oh!
Excuse me, but this is an important announcement. Tyra Kobo is in fact a good Kobo and a good girl, and deserves many pat pat pats. Pat 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 pat.
I'm getting pepe. Oh my goodness. It's really a small Kobo Kobo, I know. Oh my goodness. And Kobo pretty? Oh my god. I love pepe. Alright, let's do a speed attack. Oh! Wait. Oh, I messed up. Oh, I looked at it wrongly. Oh, crap. I'll just do this. They are power. Nice, so you love retaliation. Ooh, holy one shot. This is what I mean, right? Nighttime fights are so weird. It feels like in the demo the game doesn't really allow us to fight anything. Nice. Holy crazy. Gonna enjoy assault? Okay.
The Kobo you see on screen is in fact adorable, cute, cozy, a good girl, and very beautiful. Everyone in chat should at least give her boobs once and maybe some head pats too.
I mean, I would love that. I have full health. I love it. Let's skip this one. We've seen it. Oh, I shouldn't have skipped. I haven't seen it in a while. No, I forgot. Oh. I want boop. I love boop. I love pet. I love being a pet too. Uh-huh. What? Alright, we have 2 red ends here. Let's not mess up. Thank you, House Dragon. Boop. Can I hit Kelby's? Oh, oops. Oh, I can actually hit Kelby. Two red and with one Anjanath over there. Oh shit. I shouldn't fight them. Anjanath is like, to my understanding, 4-star? I couldn't even win it. I couldn't even win against a Royal Ludroth, so let's not fight anyone here. Alright, let's see what we get. Yeah, I got that purple green egg just now. Don't know who that was. Very potent amphibian? Amphibian. Who's that gonna be? Wait, what's amphibian? Well, I'm getting it. It's shiny. Right, there's another red then, so let's hope Anjanath is not here. Nice. You found so many things here. Right, let's get to the red then. 2 spots in the red end? Holy! Bird wyvern egg. Is this Gypsyros? Doesn't look like it. Hmm. I want the purple green one. I don't know what it is. I'm taking this one. Since I don't know this, I have one more spot to take eggs from, so it should be fine. So we have a shiny amphibian. We need... I want that purple green, so let's roll until we get that one. Engineer. No. Toby? No. Ooh. Engineer. It's this one again. Again. Engineer. Come on, just give me the purple one. We'll be... Fairly potent amphibian. Icky. Many icky. Purple. Yes! Yes, I want this egg, I want this egg. Let's go! Now we can see what it is. Purple egg. Alright, now we just need to get home safely. I think we have 12 eggs unhatched. Is it 12? 12 is a maximum, I think. Okay. I should use the caravan stand to go back. I wonder if I can go back when there's like a story going on. Save first. Brecky eggy. If you find a plain white egg, there's a chance it's a brecky egg or a chicken. Base. Nice, I can go back. Oh, it's morning, okay. Well, I hope this doesn't break the game's like progression thing. Look at this cooking sequence, it's so clean. It's so clean, oh my god. Wow, colorful ranger salad. A medley of wild herbs and mushroom gathered during ranger work, and taste the fresh bounty of nature with each and every bite. Recharge your mind and body with the flavors of nature. New flavor bonus Wyvernfell. Ooh. Six eggs. So we need to like release some of them. One more you. Okay, and then we hatch all of them. Oh yeah, we have a shiny Royal Ludroth. Very potent. to headmaster. Oh. Skill tendency attack, stamina tendency average. Oh, you have a moonsault splash. Ooh, okay. You look stronger. I want Spongy Boy Real. Look at this tiny stupid fish. Tiny stupid fish. Very potent. Oh, you're 4-star. No wonder I died to you. Holy shit. Please use splash. Please use dash. No hyperspace tackle. You're not real Plesiov. Oh, you're only fairly potent, right? I think another Plesiov egg is very potent, I think. Green. Green Plesiov. Oh, it's only fairly potent, okay. Plesiov Splash, Rush, Nitro Blast, Hyperspace Tackle at level 30. Oh. Oh, amphibian, of course. Oh my god, look at this stupid frog. He's so cute though. Okay, this is kinda cute. I like this one. Very potent Chatacabra. Cyclone Lariat. Chata Tackle? Your power. Skill tendency support. I kinda want to see Chata's kinship skill. Is this the purple and green one? No way. 3-star, very potent. Cautious attack and fireball explosion. Purple and where's the oh, your tail is green. Oh, hi. Yeah, I thought it's something new that I've never seen before. Tail stun, Venom Flash. Venom Flash? Well, that's all 6 of them. I have to... replace this one. I can bring an extra one. I have so much power. I could replace... oh, I could have replaced them with like a shiny Toby. Technical Nestella. I guess we could bring a green, please, Yef. Starting 30, max 100. Starting 50, recovery 8. Yeah, I have to release that one. Like, there's no space here. Bye bye, Spongy Boy. Actually, let me release another... this one. Bye bye, please, Yev. Oh wait, there's like a... Oh! There's a mission. This is so crazy for a demo. I think I spent like 7 hours on the demo already. 7 on the demo. Vandal. Oh, it's the Kulu. Oh no, it's Ian Kuku. There must have been Conchu under the fields. Turned out to get them. It was a person. I can't believe it. Nice. Yeah, let's change it. Can we have a horn? Yeah, let's play horn. Ice, fire, neutral, fire, lightning. Lightning would be good. Innovating melody, tumultuous melody. Attacks have a chance to inflict paralysis. Activated by performing magnificent trio when 2 notes are on the musical staff. 4 notes on the musical staff. Oh! Grants the effect of 1 major melody. Militant March. Damage to 1 enemy and the weapon element that grants stamina regen up to all allies. Immediate to all element status to ally. Oh wow! Consumes all melody to deal the weapon's elemental damage to 1 enemy. Based on the number of melodies consumed, in addition, all allies are granted 1 corresponding melody effects. When performing a hunting horn melody, recovers the amount of the user's HP. Wow, 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 wow. Wait, maybe this is kinda good though, no? I think having a lightning weapon is not bad. Yeah, let's craft this one. I guess I couldn't upgrade anything, hey? PC of armor. Oh. Edel armor. Ooh. I'm crafting this for the layer. Yeah. DC of armor is at 52 raw? Oh, 52 raw is pretty high. Right. Let's change something here. I'm using Great Sword, right? Great Sword, charge, slash, and slash. Deals damage to all enemies with the weapon element, retains charge level after use. 1 charge gauge to damage 1 enemy with the weapon element, requires 1 charge level 1 or higher. Slash feels pretty cool, no? Inflict neutral weapon soul gauge, chance to inflict stun. Sweet spot. Okay. Spirit blade. Increase spirit gauge by 1 level. Defensive DD. One enemy with weapon element then grants defense up and dodge up to all allies. Recovers all allies' HP. Whoa! Oh, they all cost 400. I don't have enough. Let's look at this. We get defensive DD? Yeah, defensive DD feels pretty good. Wait, I have 400 left. Oh yeah, I forgot about the recipes. Antidote. Burn ointment. $42. Change decoration, okay. Ooh. Negate burn. Well, I don't know how much this is gonna help, but I guess I became a little bit stronger. Alright, let's use the catavan stand. Let's try to progress with the main story here. Well, try to anyway. I actually forgot what I need to do. Right, catavan. Run there. Yeah, looks like it's here. Night. Game being really nice to me. You can just change the time of day. There we go. Say, Eleanor, are those shepherd hair acting strange to you? More alert than strange. Their ears are standing straight up, eyes trained on in that direction. Could there be something over there? Let's head in the direction the shepherd hare are facing. Observing endemic life is a great way to find invasive monster territories. Okay. That's a lot of rocks. We should save here. Whoa. Look, that's an invasive monster. Who that? Oh no. Really? That early? This must be the invasive monsters territory. Still, no sign of endangered species egg we seek. How do we find an egg, I wonder?
あの
What if we make the invasive monster retreat? I bet we could find an egg back in its den. True, they do take out residence in the dens of endangered monsters. If we can make a retreat, we should find the egg we seek. A fine plan, but invasive monsters are no slouches. We'll need to find some sort of weak point if we want to make a retreat.
慎重に行こう
First, we'll investigate the territory and look for invasive monster tracks. Find the tracks, take out the monster, and make a retreat.
しかし
Once the invasive monster spots you, won't be able to flee. If you sense danger, hide behind some rocks right away. Oh shit. Invasive monsters can be found prowling their territory if you enter at night. If you collect invasive monster tracks in their territory before challenging them, Rudy can give you hints to help you formulate a better strategy. Invasive monsters are highly alert, so try to stay off their line of sight while collecting tracks. Land a breath attack near an invasive monster to temporarily distract it. I think we use Toby. So reframing attacks by huge one. I guess we're good on the tracks. I'm not seeing any shiny things anymore. I guess we're ready to fight it. Oh my god, hitting it does nothing. So this is an invasive species. They certainly stand out compared to the Pharaoh variants. Rudy, think you can handle retreat support? You found plenty of tracks to leave retreat support to yours truly. Counting on you. Shit, man. Our pen is not free anymore? Oh no. Feels like Yen Garuka is probably gonna be power now, so let's do speed. Holy damage. Huh? 1k? I don't like the look of this. I think it's waiting on for a nasty attack. Yeah, what to do? There's something different in its eyes. It's totally itching for a fight. Looking to finish us off, I reckon. But you know what? That sort of thinking leaves it wide open. So if we can prevent that big attack, we might get a chance to make a retreat. That's a big if though. We don't have a choice here, Rudy. You're on support. I'm on it. Invasive monsters can only be defeated by forcing them to retreat. If you collect invasive monster tracks, Rudy will be able to provide hints about retreat conditions during battle. Note that you will not be able to run away during retreat battles until a certain number of turns have passed. Conditions for forcing a retreat vary from monster to monster and may involve breaking certain parts or using certain skills. It is important to pay attention to the following clues. What? Remarks made when tracks are discovered. Okay. The first point, remarks made when tracks are discovered. Bitches appear for 1 second, literally. How am I supposed to read all that? Rudy's hints and companions' comments during battle. The invasive monster's behavior during battle, properties of the invasive attacks the invasive monster uses. Well, fuck me, I guess I'm losing here. Hunting Horn, blocked by external support rolls, you buff and restore your health. Normal attack or skill as attack type will add a note to the mystical staff with the corresponding attack type. Winning a head-to-head will turn these notes into rainbow notes, which can be used as a note of any color. And grant effects the awareness corresponding to the notes on the mystical staff. The effects required notes for Magnificent Trial vary on each hunting horn. Okay. Well, what now? That was like a 1k damage. So we need to do the legs. Oh, I don't think I like that at all. So we have to hit the talents then. This could be our chance to hold nothing back. Attack up accuracy out lock on applied. Well, game is focusing on its legs. Did they nerf? They nerfed. They nerfed Pet. It used to be so good. Oh. Oh. Once you break its legs, it won't be able to execute a full body charge. You did it. I didn't do so. I didn't do shit. I was just honking honk honk. Splendid work. I say we go investigate the endangered species then at once. Terry's so good at fighting. I don't. I didn't do nothing though. It was all NNR. Invasive monster is retreated thanks to us. Ooh, the den even looks different. So that's the invasive monster's home, the endangered species den. Let's see if we can find one of its eggs inside. So we're gonna get Ian Garuga here. Invasive monsters will go sleep in an endangered monster's den after retreating. Waking up a sleeping invasive monster will trigger a difficult fight called a decisive battle, during which the invasive monster can be slain.
Yeah.
That's a radiant, no? Be sure to take good care of it. I think we should fight it. You know, I think we should fight it. We didn't save, but I think we should fight it. Yes? No? Yes? Okay, let's see. We have some life suit. I mean, I'm gonna get one shot anyway. What's the point of all that? Still don't know what Yen Garuka does. I guess we might lose a bunch of times here, but I didn't. I mean, I did save before, but it's like so far. I'm doing it. Fuck it. All right, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm so doing it. Do it again. What? Are you kidding me? Bitch is sleeping. I bonk its ass and I'm getting ambushed? This game fucking sucks. What do you mean? Bitch is literally sleeping. I bonked its ass and I got surprised. What the fuck? I don't get it. Oh, that costs 1 heart. That's so stupid. I don't know what it does. I hope it does power here. What did it do? Ah, I see, it's a difficult battle. They mean it literally. It's impossible battle. I'm dealing 1-digit damage. Aha. $2K. $2K. Barbecue grill. Is he gonna do territorial raid again? Energize. Let's just hope we can dodge this one. Well, I guess we try. EP negated. Oh no. Uh oh. They negate sleep though. See, here's the problem. I don't know if negate means that it's like 100% no chance, or it's just unlucky that it didn't trigger. Oh, I think negated means definitely not, right? Oh yeah, that one is just like, okay. 10-21. Oh, let's do it again.
お願い、助かったわ。攻める。
Nice! It happened. We all survived, but we all killed by poison. そんな。
にゃんと。姫、そんな、姫。
So there's like, in this demo, there's 75% fights that's impossible, question mark? Okay, this one is impossible, right? But the rest seems possible? Oh shit.
こんなもんだろう。間に合わせにしたら十分だ。
了解です。すごいですね。キャンプでも孵化できるなんて。
レンジャーとしてはいつどこであろうが。
Oh, I guess that triggered the cutscene.
そうですよね。
I died.
珍しい卵みた
I
いだし。
died and it triggered the cutscene.
だよな。
妻子は
今日は私が務める。
そろそろいいかな。隊長、なんだか嬉しそうですね。そうかな。いや、そうね。この卵は特別だから。姫。ええ。
This has to be a Radiant. I mean, look at this.
聖なる絆よ。かの乗り人と眠りし御霊の絆を結びたまえ。
眠りし御霊の絆を結びたまえ。
Oh my god, Echo. Oh my god, it is a Radiant. I'm a prophet. Oh my god. Okay, I mean... Wait, Radiant is endangered? Oh shit. So that was Radiant's den, but Yen Garuga destroyed them, I guess. That's unfortunate. Oh my god, tiny baby.
リオレイヤ、絶滅危惧種だ。
Oh.
やったな。
姿を見るのは数十年ぶりとかじゃないかな。
すごいじゃないですか。絶滅危惧種をお供にできるんですね。お供にはしない。この子は野に返す。そんな、どうしてですか？危惧種は野に返し、その地に根付いて営みを取り戻してもらうのよ。ああ、それってひょっとして里
返しというやつだ。
これが里返しですか？私たちレンジャーにしかできない、やらねばならないことよ。
Tiny
まさに
dragon.
確かに。さあ、里返ししましょう。はい。 では
Teach me about habitat restoration. Habitat restoration is the act of returning monsters to the wild to revive the ecosystem. Let's give it a try.
さ
Oh, that's so cute. Habitat restoration can be performed in areas where a camp has been set up. So let's try in the Sun Petal Plains.
聞いて
Oh.
くれるかな。
First, these are the monsters that reside in the Sun Petal Plains. You can tell what monsters are already here, see? Okay, but what's gonna happen when we add the Radiant to the area? Now let's select the Radiant and release it back in the wild. Release monsters will never return. Released into the wild. This is like another core mechanic of this game. Bye bye, Radiant. Oh, wow, there's two birds right outside of my room window that's doing it's doing something. Oh, they stop. Oh my god, they're kind of cute though. Oh wait, let me try to take a picture of them. There's like two birds standing on the balcony outside. I'm gonna try taking a picture of them. Oh, fuck. Shit. Oh, they flew away. No. No, wait, only one flew away? Shit. Well, unfortunate. I didn't take a picture. Yeah, they flew away. Aww. I wanted to take a picture of them doing something. Nice. Whoa, the habitat slowly changed. Has the radiant moved in for good?
つまり
Exactly, it can live here now. If you repeat habitat restoration for the same monster, its ecosystem rank will increase. Monsters with a raised ecosystem rank will settle into the habitat and can produce eggs with greater latent abilities. Oh! So basically performing habitat restoration helps monsters get used to an area and then they produce better
お
eggs.
疲れ様
You got it. That should be enough for today. Make sure to check the ranger files for more info on the habitat restoration. Allows you to rehabilitate the ecosystem and influence the area by reintroducing monsters into the wild. It can only be performed in areas that have a camp. Habitat restoration can be used to establish and increase the monster's ecosystem rank within an area. Establishing or increasing a monster's ecosystem rank will unlock the following benefit. Eggs will be easier to obtain, monsters can hatch at slightly higher levels, monsters can hatch with environment skills, monsters can hatch with S-rank genes, S-rank ecosystem only. Oh, okay. It will be possible to encounter that monster in the field. Oh. What? Isn't that Tobi Katachi a funny color? It's Viper!
なるほど
Well, albeit it's rare to see a Tobi Katachi with a fire element. Wait, are you not Viper? I thought Tobi Katachi were all Uplander element monsters, am I wrong? You're right about that. You occasionally get beasts of a different stripe or element, as it were, where you keep restoring habitats. I had no idea habitat restoration had that kind of byproduct. Habitat restoration and dual elements. Monsters that have undergone habitat restoration and have had that region's element applied to them are called dual element monsters. Skills that have the new applied element will be stronger. Dual element monsters are born with a special skill depending on the applied element they have. The higher the rank of the monster, the stronger this skill will be. Ah.
Reminder,
Hmm?
good girls get pat pats. Pat 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 pat.
Pet, good. Pet, good. The field researchers over there are experts in habitat restoration. I'm sure you could learn a lot if you spoke to them. Oh, thank you, Jade. Oh my goodness.
あの
まあ
Are we gonna go back now? That Hanja is a choker? When are you gonna put a choker on me, huh? Ooh, look at that radiant.
お疲れ様です
Radiant population rate dangerously low. With the invasive Garuga no longer around to cause trouble, now is the perfect time to restore the Radiant's numbers. We will lend your assistance to help restore this Radiant. So I need raise the ecosystem to S, then report to the clan.
ありがとう
You might want to look at dens in the same area. Multiple times will surely improve the ecosystem rate. Where did that radiant go? Oh, ay 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 ay! I did that press the wrong button.
背後を取られました。
There's speed attack. Oh, maybe being ambushed is not that bad.
頼んだ。
Now we don't know what it does. We try speed. I mean, it was speed.
任せた。
I might die here. Oh, lucky.
今だ。頼んだ。ありがとう。
That hurt though. It's looking at Toby. Let's do more buff. Oh, evaded. Who evaded? Everyone died. Oh, only I died. Oh, Angie evaded. Wow. She's giving potion to herself, right? Angie's gonna die here, I feel like. It's looking at Toby again. Oh, they never do power attack. They never do power attack. Hits everyone. Wait, I think we lost. Yeah, we lost. Oh, I didn't die. Oh, I died. Am I that bad at the game? Really? I can't even win against a Raytheon? Wow, holy shit. use speed first. I mean, Toby's doing a lot of damage against him. Let's try again. No. Oh my god, I need to do one more charge. Oh, this is so weird. I need a charge tackle. I mean, that's a good damage, I think, but it's not lighting damage, so it didn't do as much. Ooh. Yeah, let's heal. Thank you, Eleanor. Paralysis? Nice. Is it another flare? This feels like another flare blast, you know? Let's always survive this. Nice. Oh, nice. Like, look at how visually impressive this is. Holy shit. God damn. Oh, thank goodness we won. Oh, knowing when she does Flare Blast helps so much. Alright, let's get more Radiant. Is that 2 spots? Oh my god. Spooter. Okay, we're taking this one. Yeah, I want this egg. Holy shit, it's shiny. Oh my god, lucky. I don't think I want to kill that Radiant. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Let's just go. Well, now that we have a habitat restoration thing, we should do that more, no? Oh my god, it just kills them. Is this normal? Oh, we immediately went to A. Oh my god. I guess this is good? Question mark? Sure. Bye bye. I don't know if this is your habitat, but I'm just releasing them. Whoa, Chata has ass in this game. Holy shit, he has ass. That is one fine ass. Holy shit. Oh my god. I cannot believe it. Chata has fine ass. Oh yeah, we need to hatch eggs here. It did say that we can hatch eggs here, no? Stables. Oh, only 2? I thought I had more. Tiny Tekken. Very potent. We should have one for ourselves, no? Hindrance. Cautious. Oh, she's speed. Ooh. I didn't keep a Radiant at all. Because Narik's strong. Sunset by Tendency hindrance. Proactive support? Anti-burn scorching slice. Find damage to all enemies. Ooh. Instigator. Slightly more likely to focus the attacks on the user. Ah, I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, maybe I should probably release this one. Oh! 好像里面的水好像没有倒，要帮你试。
给你2000先。
去2000这。哦，那个要。
诶，真学到了。啊，哪个？
这个。
哦，这个。
我这边很乱。
这就让你解密空位。哎呀，你刚过来给我。
对呀。
对。
那边太大了。
coffee.
I'm back. Had to lend the vacuum cleaner for a bit. Okay, so I don't know which one is better. I mean, this one has more skills. Kinda want to bring a Radiant here. We can release a green Plesiov as well. Yeah. Mutation possible? Where? Bye bye, Plesiov. Nice. Mutated. Oh, we are being Radiant now? Oh, too many monster type habitat. Too many monster types inhabit this ecosystem, so which must keep in the ecosystem rank. I have to choose 5. Radiant, ping Radiant. We have normal Kutku in there. Yeah. The unselected monsters will be removed from the ecosystem rank. Continue? Yes. More reason for me to farm more eggs, right? So I'm pretty sure I can farm them off stream, since that's like a time consuming thing. But now I think I'll just continue with the main story, since obviously I don't think I can win every fight possible. Right, nighttime fights are basically like 85% loss, so I don't know. It feels weird. Camp is not catavan, right? Oh shit. Oh, Redden. Oh shit. Okay. Forget what I said. We need Redden. Have you seen the special monster at night yet? I'm not too sure what special monster it is. Ooh. I mean, the special monster is probably not Yen Gabuga, is it? I mean, that's like the invasive monster. I don't think that is special. Give everything. Find a few Ludrov? No way there's gonna be Valtrax now. I mean, Ludrov is Valtrax's food. Oh. Let me get to the red ends first. Ludrov is one of the easiest things to kill at the night difficulty increase. Oh. I mean, I got killed by Ludrov. Like, my team got wiped by Ludrov. I mean, of course, there's Royal Ludroth, but Ludroth one-shots my team. Which is kind of funny now that I think about it, actually. It's fucking Ludroth water surge and my team dies. Oh.
Good girl. Pat pat. Good girl indeed. Much pat pats.
Indeed.
Pat 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 pat. There's a cute Kobo. Very good indeed, heart.
It's possible to beat still, you need to beat the field and get lucky. Ah. Oh, it's there. Whee! Red and... You told me no spoilers more? Yeah, I did. I mean, I didn't think something... I mean, obviously it's gonna be like nighttime stuff, but killing Ludroth a few times and get lucky is kind of not in my book there. What? Check the carbon. Yay! Don't do it. Ludroth. Ay. What do you do? Technical? Okay. If you're technical, then power is right. Okay. But Ludroth will be better here. My streak reset. Sorry, Evie. We've never up to North also, but Ludroth closer to waypoint. Burning Fang. Oh, he did the power against. I should probably help him. Power attack with Engine F. What did it do? It's probably one of the streams that I did at night that restarted your streak. Sorry, Evie. Oh, they're doing technical now? Okay, I believe in them. I will do the doot. Oh my god, that one shot. Oh, I'm dead. Everything is a fucking one shot in this game. It's not pissed anymore, right? So it's back to... Nice spongy boy. I should help Angie and not get hit. I think it does blaze ball here? Shit.
どうぞ
Yeah. What the? Oh, Kobo go! Thank you, Knights. Thank you, Kobo Gold. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you're doing good. Wow, Narik's fast. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Playing some Overwatch? Well, hopefully Overwatch was fun. I just rejoined stream so I can auto-complete the name. Aww. It's okay, Eevee usually very fast. It's angry now, right? So... Oh, they're riding. Can I don't think I can double attack with them when they're riding, right? Do they still have the buff? Oh, the buff doesn't last long at all. Magnificent Trio? Hunting on buff without Maestro is only 3 rounds if I remember correctly. It's very, very short. What? It's so bad. Let's bonk him. Oh my god, they still take like 10,000 damage. Okay, they're doing Angel Assault. More notes are on the musical sound. Have a chance to inflict paralysis? This game looks so pretty, so many shiny. I know, right? This game is great. This game is really great. Oh! Oh, wait, I think I understand what's going on here. Grants the effects of one major melody. I don't know what that means, but I need green, red, blue, green. So technical, power, speed, technical. So we are at technical, we need power. I mean, they're gonna do that, so I'm just gonna power attack here. Go dinosaur! Dinosaur. And then we need red, blue. Dang! I don't want to do it. I don't want to ride. I kind of want to ride. You know what? I'll ride. Yeah, I'll ride. Yeah, I'll ride. Moonsault Splash. Let's attack a few turns here.
着いたようです。
Return to normal. Return to normal. Wait, is it speed? I don't remember. Is it power? Fuck, I don't remember what they do. Oh, they do technical. Oh, it shows, it shows. Oh, thank God. Okay, let's do power. Got him. Oh, thanks.
このまま一気に行きましょう。
Is it aim at me? Oh, wait, I might die here. I think it's Blaze Ball? You're afraid of fire. Okay, so let's do the kinship then. Go, Spongy Boy! Oh my god, wait. It's a different one! And now we do it. That's the best kinship skill ever.
これでぞー。やりました。
Oh, at least we did it.
いい連携だね。
We got the egg, right? I think we got the shiny Chetacabra egg. I don't remember. Okay, we have 2 more red ends here. The blue one. Tempered? Oh, it is. Gypsaros? Hmm. Another red and Octoplesiof. Red means it's way too strong, right? Green Plesiof egg. I want shiny. Oh, green Plesiof egg? Yeah, I'm taking the shiny. I don't think I'm gonna find the green Plesiof. It's being marked red, so yeah, that's not. I think I tried to fight Plesiof once. I just do like single digit damage. Right, one more here. Okay, green. my god, this scared the fuck out of me. I thought it's an engine up here wants to kill me. Alright, another red end. I mean, it's not gonna be a lot of choices here, so. Barrel felines? Oh. Barrel felines. Felines that are trapped in the barrel, they are difficult to damage and quick to flee, but you can earn a large amount of XP if you manage to destroy the barrel and rescue the feline trapped within. How? Save the palico, I'll try. 2 1. Oh my god, they resist everything. Oh my god, you BBQ. You BBQ grill now? So hi Nina. Oh. Only one turn. Well, I guess I tried. What can you do against the barrel felines? Large barrel bombs ignore the defense? I don't think I can make a barrel bomb here. I don't think I have one as well, yeah. Whoop. Any attack that ignores defense? Is there any attack that ignores defense? I mean, you said it, so of course there is, but still. Yankoku, no. Polisiav? Gravios? Is there Gravios in this game? Oh, in this demo? They... Unless you're not playing the demo. Oh, unless there is, I don't know. All your partners are Gravios. Ah. Very specific. I couldn't change partners right now. I'm still in the middle of like main story. Okay, that's all the... Okay, that's not all the red... What the fuck? Endless red ends? Holy shit, let's go. Hopefully that doesn't... It doesn't, right? Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. It's a engine of... Ooh, ignore. Don't go. Who that? Engine F? Why make us fix at level 10? I still don't get it. Chetakabra egg. No. Toby? Yes. They don't listen to everything in the game, probably. I guess. It's a demo, so obviously it's not gonna be everything in the game, but at least let us do everything in the game available first in the demo, you know? People already managed to get around some stuff. So what I'm hearing is that the game is full, like fully released, but because of the demo, so it's only like 10 levels. Oh. Toby!
先制しましょう。
Toby butt. They are speed, so we need technical. Lamau one shot. You're doing power move. If it's only this area, then it makes the choice even weirder. Then here comes the big boy. Oh. Did that just cancel out my attack? Ah, that just cancels out my attack. Funny joke. Yeah, aiming for everything that's broken already. Weird. Shelling. Does shelling do more damage? Skill detail? I guess it does. Yeah, let's not do it. Oh, thanks. Oh, the game lets me break it first. Nice. Oh, we can get more Toby Kadachi? I guess we can get more Toby. Two spots? Nice. Is there anything that's higher than very potent? Or is very potent the highest grade in the current demo? I feel like there should be one more higher in the previous game, I think? Nice. I'll just get all the shiny ones for now. There's Rainbow X. Ah, right. Yeah, there is. So there's Rainbow X in this demo as well? Or is it not here yet? Super Rare Dance, I've seen a few shows so far. Oh, Super Rare Dance. Ah. I haven't seen a single Super Rare Dance, I'm pretty sure. They should be in diamond color, if I remember correctly from the previous games, I think. Okay. I'm glad I still have the memory. And for now, just going to any red ends. Oh, it's a barrel felines again. I'm not gonna deal with them. I couldn't save them with my current damage anyway. I don't have barrel bombs. Unless I can... I'll try once. Oh. I only have one turn. Wait and see. Throwing knife? What if I make it sleep? What if I make it sleep? Will it stop running away? Throw it! EP! I should just use the knife! God damn it, I should just use the knife! Oh my god, I'm dumb as fuck. Well, now we know at least. Purple Gypsaros? No. Bluey and Kutku? No. Anjanath? No. Yeah, I'll take this Anjanath. God damn it, I should just use the... I had 2 turns. The kitty gave me a chance. The kitty's like, use the knife, dumb fuck. I'm waiting and seeing. Alright. Another red and up here. Eku Eku. Chatacabra. Do I have Chatacabra in the habitat list? I don't remember. Wait, I think I do. Yeah, then I kind of want engine F though. Let's see if we can get engine F egg. Chip! Oh my god, Chip, hi! Welcome, 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 Chip. Tobikadachi. Okay, I'll grab Tobikadachi. Oh shit, 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 oh shit. Run, run. Alright, we good, we good. Okay, that's 3 Reddens. No more Redden. Now we go back to the castle. From here. Day. How is Kobo? Kobo feels a little weird today, but ultimately still good, so just a little weird that I couldn't really explain. You saw what the enemies at the red X are, right? No red X? Oh, no. Oh, wait, are these like... no, wait, this is Engine F, right? I don't know what this is. They're like the don't fuck with the monsters, I think. Uncomfortably weird or comfortably weird? I would say in the more of a uncomfortably weird. Leaning towards uncomfortably weird. Now there are engine F. Oh, then I don't know what they are. Let's report to His Majesty. Presiding over the training or something. Oh, Chip. Can I... Is it okay if I were to contact you after stream, after dinner tonight? Well, tonight my time. Okay, thank you, Chip. I have 8 eggs. Oh, I have too much eggs. Baby frog. I mean, these are very potent, but I'm just gonna release them, honestly. Hi, Umbre. Welcome back. Look at this dumb little fish. Tiny Toby. Oh my god. Heckin' adorable. Oh my god. I should have one very potent Toby with me. I don't know how to tell if they're like good. We have baby monsters now? From Monster Hunter Stories 1, I assume. I only played 2, so I don't know if like 1 has baby monsters. But yeah, they're very adorable. Look at this sniffer. Yeah, we have too much now. So, let's see. This one... I have 4 Tobys. One is also baby monsters. Oh, nice! Hi, Fluffy. I want a little Toby Kanachi, like 10 of them also. They're gonna be so fluffy though. Hindrance, support. A thunder attack boost? Oh my god. Wait, this is pretty good though, no? Synchronize, slightly increase double attack damage, chest and liquid paralysis. increase the restore by thunder attacks. Yeah, that's really good. I'm changing to this one. This one. Spongy boy real? Yeah. Oh, Fufi's doing good. Hi, Tira, I'm here. I can has Kobo hug attack. Well, I don't know how to hug attack, but I can hug dragons. Imagine little tiny kobold hugging one of your... Oh, yeah. I don't really have a hug emote, so... Sniffer is very potent, I think. Let's not change too much for now. Okay. Manage monsters. Oh, I cannot release them here. I have to go to a camp to release them. Okay. I don't know if I played this demo. According to Steam, 8 hours. Demo, by the way, holy shit. Am I slow? I might just be slow. So many Veld. Wink wonk.
いらっしゃいました。あちらでございます。
向こうがどれだけの軍勢で攻めてこようが、秀でるは陸戦においてのみ。我らには飛竜隊がおります。
いざという時になれば、こちらにはレウスも控えている。次の飛行訓練から参加するよう姫に伝えておけ。
国王、本当に姫を指揮官に命じられるおつもりですか？
そうだ。有事の際に民を守って戦うことは王の子として当然であろう。姫はライダーとして天性の才を持っている。レウスの力を余すことなく発揮してくれるはずだ。
ああ、仰せの通りでございます。
何を案じている？
いえ。
代わりに言ってやろう。裏切り者のアマラの子に従う兵士はいないか？
そのようなことは。
母は母、子は子だ。アマラが裏切り者であったとしても、姫には関係のないこと。今考えておくべきはレウスの力が戦況を左右するということだけだ。それを忘れるな。はっ。
You're just taking in all the dragon goodness? Yeah.
姫。
早かったな。報告は済んだのか？何かあったのか？
あったとも。頭の痛くなることがいろいろだ。
お。
レウス。
大丈夫じゃなさそうだな。
レウスは戦の道具じゃない。昔母様たちが石化した卵を見つけて持ち帰った。その卵の中でレウスは生きていたの。まだ小さかったけど元気のいい2頭の産声を聞いて嬉しくなったのを覚えている。その1頭を連れて母様は国を出た。あの日のことを忘れたことはない。
Oh, betrayal. Kobo can take many dragons? Yeah. Many dragons.
母様は全てを覚悟していた。その上で私に会いに来た。双子のレウスに会いたいな。 明日会わせてくれる？
そうね。さあ、今日はもう寝なさい。あ、待って。
おやすみなさい、お母様。
Oh
おやすみ。
no.
またね。
I think she knows something that we don't. It's not betrayal.
何か胸騒ぎがしたんだと思う。その日の夜更けに私は目を覚ました。
We're trying to kill one of them? What the fuck, man? You're the worst! Nah.
何をしてるの？やめて！
逃がすぞ。
Damn, they fucking suck. And this kingdom fucking sucks, man. Trying to kill a baby, holy shit. Nah, this kingdom should just... I'm not gonna say something that I'm gonna regret, but still.
怒り、悲しみももつれ合った。そんな感情が流れ込んできます。
이조지?
何だろうと丁寧だろうと、お使いする方を正しい道へご案内する。
Very freight down, art felt, very nice.
俺は必然だったと思っている。唯一の友を得ることができた。
住む場所を失い、飢えや寒さに苦しむ者たちには何の助けにもなれない。
レースは兵器じゃない。
あれを支えてやってくれ。頼んだぞ。
このままじゃダメなの。私は行かないといけない。どこへだってついていきますであります。
Hey, that's a really nice demo. Holy shit. The demo makes me want to play the game. This is a perfect demo. What can I say? I wasn't convinced that I like this game. After the demo, I want to play it just to burn this kingdom. Like the fucking audacity to fucking set a dragon on fire, set a baby dragon on fire. I am absolutely pissed. Like, excuse me, that kingdom doesn't deserve anything. Dragon, get out of here! Holy shit, I'm pissed. Obtain full version. How much does this game cost? I'm curious. It's probably gonna cost like close to 300. I feel like. Let's see, yeah, I mean, close enough. 240? 240? I'm not gonna play this anytime soon. Holy shit. Well, I guess my fury of vengeance has to wait for a long time before I can burn the kingdom down. Holy shit. How dare they try to set a baby dragon on fire? I'm a Kobo, goddammit. I love dragons. I serve dragons. And they set the dragon on fire. What the fuck? Although, you know, being Rathalos, I think they should have a lot of fire resistance, but still. Right? But still. That kingdom sucks. Whatever the kingdom was, I already forgot the name. Azura? Azura? I think the thing is called Azura. I don't remember, but still. Alright, still. God damn it. Azuria. Yeah. Can I continue? Like, is it gonna play the cutscene again if I continue? Hey, bonk. Oh, hi, Huz. Oh my god, Kobo friend. Hello. The story... Well, Monster Hunter stories. The story is really good. Wow, surprise. Like, surprise. Okay, so this is the cutscene starter. We don't do that, right? So now we can do a lot of like grinds and shit. Now we can do the 24-hour non-stop grind. I think... Oh, there's one thing I want to mention, right? Like, I feel like a lot of people... This is a bit of a yap of mine, right? I'm gonna start yapping for a little bit after playing this game, right? But like... People these days, when they talk about game, and then they're like... Oh, we need high graphical fidelity. We need like... We need to let people see the pimple on their... see the pimples on the character, every single cell that we can see them, right? People like they think gamers want more graphical fidelity so that they can see every skin pore possible. But then this Master Storage tree is like a proof of like, no, you just need a really good art direction. You just really need a good like general feel. You don't need to be like realistic as fuck anything. We don't need hyper realism on anything, on everything, right? We just need a good art direction. And this is what a good art direction is, right? I can't say much about this, but this is just how I feel, right? Like, I'm not seeing any like realistic human going on, right? There's no pimples, there's no pores, there's no like skin cells that I can look at in every character, right? I'm not seeing like hyper realistic scales on every single dragons out there, right? No. Everything looks cartoonish, cell shaded, but everything looks so good, right? Everything actually looks so fucking good in this game. It's so perfect, holy shit. So yeah, honestly, a good art direction goes a long way. Goes a really long way. Oh. And chicken. Oh, I can't win against a PCF. I kind of want to play Longsword. Retaliation stance. Sakura Spirit Blade, Lunge Stance. Spirit Release Slash, Unsheathing Strike, EI Mastery? Lunge Stance. A Lunge Stance is a really good one, I think, right? Retaliation Stance is not that good, I feel like. I mean, it could be good, I guess. But I'm not too sure, honestly. Stab. Longsword Mastery. Slight chance to increase spirit gauge by 1 extra level when feeling it. Oh! It's pretty good, but you need to either evade or survive the hit. Yeah. Oh, evade counts as retaliation? Ooh. That's kinda cool. Oh. Own armor, non-elemental defense boost, non-elemental attack. Synchronize. Chatakabra health boost, item saver. Anti-venom. I'm using Edel, anti-venom, item saver, and anti-burn. Increased retreat rate of slain monsters. Oh! Vigilance 45. Increased attack and defense when only 1 heart remains. Increased crit rate 50 HP or less. Ranger armor. Become 36. Ah, it's not that good actually. Evasion ability, Divine Blessing and Stamina Surge. Yeah, I can do it. I think, yeah. There's just no way that I can upgrade armors right now. Understandable, since it's just a demo. Oh, they nerfed pet, did it? They nerfed pet? And pet costs stamina now. I think pet on the previous game used to increase stamina, question mark? So they can use other skills. But now pet uses stamina, so I don't know. Feels kinda weird. Alright, where are we going? When I go in increased kinship? Did it not increase kinship before? Still does, but lesser now. They nerf pet so much then. I'm fairly sure that it didn't use stamina to do pet before? I mean, I saw you were spamming it when I was playing with you back then. Yeah, now it costs 5. I hate it. Ooh, red den. How would I get a super rare then? I guess like the time is like ala-lang, so I'm probably just gonna play until I'm hungry. And no Halo for today. Tomorrow I'll play games with Brecky and Zeus. We might do the second map of RV Dariet, I think. Yeah. So the secret is to kill Ludroth multiple times and hopefully there's a cutscene that plays. Must be at night? Okay. Let me go get the red then real quick then. Have you found all 30 Poogie in the demo? I assume the Poogie should be finishable in the demo. I've been spoiled by Chip. You don't think so? Okay. Fair enough. It's kind of hard to say. Need to find 30 and I only found 15 so far? Kobo deserves all the pets and scritches. Heck yeah, I love them. Oh my god. What a jump scare.
Don't forget Kobo is a good girl too. Very, very good girl.
Oh gosh. Man, I can't help but like praises too much. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't even. Guess I'll do it. No Paolumu, thank you. There's still a... there's still a... I don't know what this is. Like, what's that? That's not Snoker, is it? Oh wait, is that Chips Ross? No, it's not. Wait, that one is just Ross. Stop giving me Paolumu! I don't care. Okay, we take Nacilla. Gui. Ay 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 ay. Ay 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 ay. Ay 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 ay. No, if I attack first. Do you damage my enemy with the weapon element that increases spirit gauge by 1 level? Sure. I think Paolumu is technical? Oh, speed! I'll do it again. Spirit Blade. Hey, Kobo. Hey! A squeaky dragon. Hi, Mars. Oh, damage? It's speed now, I remember. So... oh, technical is the way to go, I think? Yeah, technical. Ooh, Angie, clever! Here, let me help Angie with the double attack here. I hope Mars is doing good. And Squeaky Dragon, oh my god. Ooh. Oh my god, follow-up lunge. They are speed, we need technical, I think. They might be doing not a technical, not a speed move here. They did twice? I'm changing it just in case. Let's do a technical attack together. Yeah. Hey, got him. Yeah, let's do it. Paolumu is so goofy, spherical, love him. Paolumu is scary. Ayo. Red lines means cannot head to head. Oh my god, okay. Did I use Sniffer to fight against that? I don't remember. No, we used Toby. But aren't they technical? I used to. Wait, no, I'm confused. Do you speak? Are they power? I don't remember. I drew this game so hard, what the fuck? They are technical, what am I doing? Yeah. Problem is kind of like Balloon Dragon, sort of. Kind of? A loop, I mean, a balloon rat, I guess. I didn't do nothing. Well, I'm not seeing anything happening. Fufi? Oh. I think I need to like have a revision on my VIP list of people. It's about time that I should check that. There it is. Shiny? Shiny. In the meantime, Gypsy no. Another Gypsy Blue Yen Kutku? Out of time, is there just stay any longer? Are you sure? Blue Yen Kutku? Is it though? Nursilla? Okay, fine, we take Nursilla. You cannot pick out any more eggs. There's no monsters. Fufi looks like they're gonna mine the VIP gem. Mining the VIP gem sounds fun. What if I can get the VIP gem? I'm probably just gonna eat them, I think. As a Kobo, I'm most likely just going to eat them. Oh, is this a new one? What flavor is VIP? Tastes like pink? Who that? Oh, it's a Chatacabra. I don't think I properly fought a Chatacabra before. Anjanath? Ooh, I like Anjanath, yes. I wanna try fighting a Chatacabra. I think Chatacabra is power, so speed is right. Wake up! Are they going power? Weird. Ooh, what a damage. Multi-break topple. They are all me bonk. $69, very nice. Ooh, lucky. They still have that. I have to change it to power? Was it power? I don't remember. I think it's power. Yeah. Nice too. Ooh. Consumer Spirit Gauge grants critical eye to user. Counter one enemy attack with the weapon element. Or counter one, okay. So let's not do that, just do normal hits. Head broken. I guess we try to break this one. Ooh. I don't want to do it. I'm gonna break parts. And I have the launch stance here, so this is gonna be very nice. Let's bring back Kobo. Crit eye is an evade. Oh, it's not guaranteed crit. No. Oh, I can't sim Chatacabra, so yeah, I can actually. I want to do a release slash here. Oh wait, no, it's a counter, don't do that. I forgot. Alright, here we go. All crit. Nice crit. Another crit. And then mine. I think we are not in stance anymore, right? Yeah. And now you attack me, you little shit. Look at you. Hiya. Oh, wait, let me... No, let me kill! I'll skip yours, goddammit. Hehehehe. We have one more red then down there, yeah. One more red then, and then let's go to nighttime. Here a bunch of loot drops. Yeah. Fish repair anchor. Oh yeah, I did play Super Autopets back then. Holy shit. It's such a fun little game. But it doesn't make me want to get back to the game anytime soon. Blue Yen Kutku. I want Anjana. There we go. Ah, that's it. Okay, I got lucky. I love how Toby just walks slowly beside me every time I take the egg. It's so adorable. Alright, let's go to nighttime and then we're gonna do the thing. Just in case no more red ends, right? Oh, there's something here. Oh, it's the I need... Oh, let's go to the camp first real quick. I need to release a bunch of monsters. Yeah. What's with the exclamation mark? Boop. Thank you, Mars. Element bonus, I think? Okay. Bye bye, Tobies. Look at them. Dum dum. Bye bye. And one huge Plesiov with its hyperspace tackle. Oh, so close! Too many monsters inhabit this ecosystem. Select which monster to keep in the ecosystem ring. Only 5! Oh, right, I forgot. We need Radiant, we need Toby and Genev. Let's have... Chedacabra? Oh, I think exclamation mark means that it's too much. Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that. I don't want purple chips, Ross. Plesiov? Plesiov. Yeah, bye bye Chedacabra and purple chips, Ross. Yeah. Oh wait, I have Chedacabra again. Oops. Oh, is Plesiov different than green Plesiov? Then I'll just release them because I need space. Wait, can I not? Wait, what? Why? Berg, Berg. Why can I not release this one? I don't know. Let's hatch eggs. Oh my god, tiny spooter! And sorry to those who have arachnophobia. I'll skip these real quick. Alright, now we have a cute dino. Look at this feisty little sniffer, oh my god. Feisty little sniffer. Kinship skill plus S. Ooh. Do we have Nesla? Oh, we do. I'll just release for funsies. Just put the friend shapes out them at least. Yeah, I personally have a little bit of, like a tiny bit of, like I'm scared of bugs, right? But it doesn't make me want to like vomit or something. No, it's not that severe. But what kind of phobia is severe to me is trypophobia. I have severe trypophobia. When I look at like something that triggers my trypophobia, I would actually just fucking like I would just vomit and faint. So yeah, it's oh, Chetacabra is at A, you know. Maybe I should get Chetacabra instead. Yeah. That's an interesting phobia. Yeah, I don't get it too, but holy heck, when I see something that's like, ugh, I can even imagine it. No, let's not imagine. EP Toby. Alright, let's get to... Oh, Radiant! Is this like a guaranteed spawn? I feel like this Radiant is a guaranteed spawn. Radiant is speed. Speed needs technical. Go Spooter! Hey ya! I think Nursula can tank this hit. I'm gonna do Spirit Blade as well. No, I should help him. Oh, Red cannot edge to hit. Alright, okay. Well, you're on your own. No EP. Also, because I can kind of relate to it, but it's more subtly unsettling to me rather than outright terrifying or gross. Yeah, I understand. Like, I didn't want to... I didn't want to, like, admit that my trypophobia is severe, but no, it is severe. It's unfortunate, but I can't help it. I hope power attack is right. Oh, they're power. Oh shit. Oh my god, they're one shot. Their power, we need speed. Oh, it's gonna do flare thing. Let's hope I'm fast enough to do this. Please revive. Okay. No one died immediately. Thanks. Nice. Oh, bye bye NG. Oh, NG survived. That looks like another... Yeah, that looks like another flame thing. Nah, fuck it, I'll just attack here. Maybe if we break the Wyvern Soul here, we can negate the damage. No! Who evaded? Angie... No, Eleanor dodged it. It's aiming at me, so I'm gonna do technical again. Nice! Let's not. I don't want. Synchro just doesn't do that much damage, because over here we're gonna do all crit damage, so... Look at that! Remove special sheath? Oh no. No. Oh. I didn't see what she did. Look at the creepy dinosaur. No retreat. Back from my noon nap, rejuvenated but with sore man boobs. That's very specific. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty okay, yeah. Feeling a little bit weird, but okay in general, I would say. Okay, we didn't get Raytheon egg. Where do we fight Ludroths? Is it here? Well, let's try to kill some monsters while we can. I don't even know if I can do it. I'm just probably gonna die a lot. Look at Ludroth is red. What? Ludroth is red. Are you kidding? No fucking way. It's Sarah Honey Badger. It sounds about right, I would say, but I think it's more of a squirrel. Walk of Soreness tried to do active hangs and chin-ups yesterday, but my ass was too fat. I'm very fat too, unfortunately. It's technical, we need power. Go dinosaur. I'm dead. One shot. Ooh, I survived, holy shit. Oh, it's red. Well, Nursilla, you're on your own, I think. Oops. Cooking mid-battle, it happens. Oh, thanks. This is are they still angry? Oh, they are, okay. They went from... Shit, what did I do again? I don't think it's power. Yeah, I don't remember. It's at the power speed. I'll try speed. Fuck it. Still beats eating 20 cheese wheels in Skyrim mid-battle? Yeah, it's just like, hold on, let me eat my cheese wheels and sweet rolls. Light snack while fighting. By light snack, I mean the torso size rip. Welcome to Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter always has this huge portion of food that is like super cool. I'm gonna die here. Fuck. I don't remember what they do. So do I lose my stance? They become speed, they become speed. Oh, tail is broken. Imagine a Dragonborn being lactose intolerant, they'll be shouting for the wrong end afterwards. Oh no! I mean, that would be very unfortunate. No, don't do it. At any point we can try the Spirit Release Slash. Both my besties are lactose and toddler ants. But one cannot stop drinking milk and the other cannot stop eating cheese. They are biological rebels. But I have to fish out in my oh no. Oh no. Numbers. Hi Numbers. I think I saw Numbers play a little bit of Metroid Fusion before I start. Oh, Numbers is doing good. Oh my god, oh my god. Welcome. works. Why you're not asleep? Ram Amos into a ball? Cause I'm going to fucking bite you. Try me, bitch. Or just fly away. Nice, we love that interaction. Amazing. Oh, it's so adorable. Okay, let's try to kill some loot drops, I guess. I mean, they are red. Here we go. Gonna fuck this oversized chicken up. Wow, A numbers. Speaking of fuck. Wait, no, I'm keeping it. Oh my god. Dragon, oh my god. Aha. You get shouted out twice, Celeste. Dragon. Oh, is that twice? No, I think my eyes are broken. I'm sorry. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my god. Are you playing Celeste? I think I saw you play a little bit of Jackbox before Celeste. Maybe. Hi, I'm Bray again. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Tiara. Just 2 TV ones? Oh, right. I'm dumb. Sorry. Well, welcome, Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing in a hop stream went well. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Very important. What did they do again? Alright. Nah, I don't know how to beat them though. I'm probably gonna need a hammer for this, but I didn't bring it. Oh. Let's try to be defensive. Dragon bite. Hi, boo. Ludroths are weak to fire. Any type of damage is normal against them? Yeah. Are they? I didn't see what they do. Oh no. I think they have power, right? I think they have power. They are aiming at me, I think. So... yeah, that's aiming at me. Alright, let's hope I don't die. I'm gonna die anyway. Oh my god. Ludroth cannot move? I'm saved. Everyone... what? Do they really want to kill me? No, I need more defensive DP. Oh wait, no. I guess we can try to kill one. I mean, that's gonna kill me and Toby, I think. Yeah, this is aimed at Toby, this is aimed at me, I think. Just do. Just do. Nice. I survived. No, not me. We survived. Okay. Speed attack. And then one is not doing anything. I'll do it again. Play the dupe. I always love how they manage to fit the monster crate punches into little squares, shove them into a box. Ooh, nice. Nice. Okay, we're doing it. I think I survived this. Yeah, it would be a double attack. Kill him! Okay, okay, maybe we can do it. We are doing it though. Oh. Oh. I'll do it too. Poor thing. Well, it's dead. The most normal looking lizard I've seen so far, they look like Komodo dragons that hit the cartoon hammer a few times. I like that emote, Jake. Oh, did we do it? First try? So I guess something strange will be happening. We're going there. Sorry, wrong dragon. Come here. We're going. Who the fuck? Who's that? Is that fucking Namiel? Did they put Namiel in this game? No fucking way! It's actually Namiel. I'm actually gonna coup. No fucking way! Namiel back in the game? That's like Elder Dragons and Legends. Be ready for anything? Well, I guess we're gonna die. Let's go. Oh my god. They put Namiel in this game. Crazy. They put the Hypno Dragon back. How do we get there? Oh, there's like a... Okay. Oh my god, it's so cool! Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my god! Wingy's torn? Is it? Or Namiel? No, is it? I don't see it, I think. Alright, let's fight. There's no way I can win this. Oh my god, you're so fucking cool! Oh my god! Oh my god. I'm so fucking giddy! Oh my god! God, I love Namiel! What's going on with this monster? This intimidating air. Is it an Elder Dragon? Once an odd incident occurred below Azuria's castle where the lake dried up. Could it be? This monster's behind it all? Then we have to stop it by any means necessary. Calamitous Elder Dragons. Calamitous. No, I cannot stop simping Namiel. Calamitous Elder Dragons are incredibly powerful Elder Dragons that can bring about terrible destruction. Continuing to battle at night may cause them to appear. Oh. After reducing the HP to a certain amount, Calamitous Elder Dragons can be repelled even if your hearts fall to 0. When repelling a Calamitous Elder Dragon, will start the next battle with reduced HP, you will not earn EXP reward. Slaying a Calamitous Elder Dragon, enhanced battle ally skills, enhanced the area's habitat restoration effect. Some Elder Dragon cause unknown eggs to appear in certain areas. Decorations can be earned by slaying Elder Dragons without repelling them. Okay. Okay. Deco farming. It's just a demo. You mean there's already deco farming? Hi. God, I love Namio. Okay, what do? We do technical attacks, right? Nursina. It's water. Why is water afraid of lightning? Yeah. Is Dragonwood racist? No, look at Namio, holy shit. If they bring out deco farming at the start of the game, what will happen next? I don't know what Namio is weak against. I mean, if you're talking about like the mainline series, Dragon Element all the way, I guess. I don't really study anything. I don't study monsters, I just love them and I wanna smooch them. And then Dragon Element all the way. Hail. Glimmer Strike. 2 1 Jade is squawking very loud today. It's okay, we love Jade. Very quaintly designed, but I see a grumpy old dragon man in the Mosa. Dragon strong. Nami is sleepy to her kisses. Gosh, I wanna kiss him. I'm just, oh my god. I'm just... God, I cannot. I wanna do like a technical attack so that maybe I can help. If Angie is right, then we can negate 1 damage, right? Too bad Angie is wrong. Angie survived, let's go. They are technical, let's bring up power. You are water. Going to be lurking. Don't get a heart attack from all the excitement. I'll try. Oh, it's red. Ah, I didn't see it's red. Well, bye bye Spongy Boy. I guess we lost this one already. Huh. That was quick. Unless. I mean, how funny would this be, right? Get him! Sleep! Yo! No way! We delayed our death for 1 turn. Holy shit! Oh my god, 1 turn. Sleep. No, oh, Nami Torrent, we dead. Oh my god, that looks so good. Fuck. That is such a cool move. Kusama G Pawada. I hate to say this, Your Highness, but perhaps we should regroup. God, Namiya can destroy me any day. Whatever, they must have stopped now. Ooh. It's just a little hee hee prank on you. The elder dragon comes out and it's just be like, hee hee, let me destroy you once, bye. I mean, there's a shiny there. Was I there? I think I was. Give. So technically I can make a Namiel armor. Right? Technically I can, I'm pretty sure. The world seems so much more open now, that's exciting. Yeah. Game definitely plays better than 2, that's for sure. Performance-wise is performing... considering that this game looks way better now, yeah, I could say it's performing better than 2, so... Amazing stuff. Show me the armor. I guess no weapon. Ooh. I need 3 points. Oh, it's only 52 defense? The first 2 were made for Switch, so yeah, they have lots more freedom now. True. Please see your head? Oh my god. It just straight up, please see your head. Actually just ahead. They chose the lamer version of Namiel armor. Well, maybe there's a cooler version of Namiel armor in the future, maybe? Maybe there's like an arch-tempered Namiel. Hydra Panula. Oh, it's a Namiel bow. So we need to fight Namiel 6 times. Do you have sleep knife? How do I exchange for recipes again? Oh, there it is. Sleep knife? Sleep knife. This is a demo with 11 hours worth of content. I'm playing for 9.2 hours now, according to Steam. Well, I trust in Sleep Knife. We need to farm Namiel. Nami is like a smaller secret? What the fuck? Oh, is it like the red X is a secret? No, wait, there was no X around. No, what? Okay, let's try to go to X. Nearest red X. Have I not activated that? Am I stupid? Nice. See a red X up? No? Go look at that. You get a cool version of armor if you snap the Elder Dragon's neck with your bare hands and win in 1 turn. we go. Is it possible to fight Namiel multiple times in the demo? Or is it just like a one-time thing? With the Monster Hunter gym, monster lifters? Gym's scary. I went to gym once I got SA'd. What kind of gym do you go to? A normal gym! Like, actually just a normal gym. And then, I mean, I went there for like years already. I think that was like my second year of going to the gym. And then suddenly I met someone. I was still like I'm chunky, right? I'm still kind of chunky, chubby, right? And fucking, when I was trying to change my weights. And then someone slapped my butt. And I looked up at that male. Right, I looked up at that male, fucking winked at me. It's like, nah, fuck this, I'm out. Never again. I was still middle school, by the way. I was like, what? I think I was like... I was 16 years old. Yeah, I was 16. Like, fuck's sake, that's so fucked up. Yeah! like I said, that's so fucked up. Never going to that gym ever again. Fuck that. I mean, obviously that also like leaves a scar in my in me, I think. Yeah. Oh, I didn't see the bug. You experienced something horrible that everyone happens at the gym. Fuck that guy. Yeah, fuck that guy genuinely. But it is what it is, right? But I believe you, right? There's something that barely happens at the gym. I just happen to get lucky. Trying to let that ruin gymming for you? Yeah, I just... Just working at home? Yeah, I've been trying to do that, honestly. Safe and comfy? Agree. You don't care about building muscle, you don't need any tools. I've been trying to do more of a aerobic, yeah, aerobic kind of thing. That's good, you don't have much fur to cover up that fat hole, so we're gonna be extra fit to make up for it. Also, yeah, fluffy. I shouldn't say chubby, I'm fluffy. Daijobu? Ma'am, your poor Toby Kanachi just got acid in its face. What do you mean, Oh, it happened again. Is it like... guaranteed? Wow, wait. It happens quite... often. Wow, I'm surprised. Ooh, there's oh my god, there's a bunch of red ends. What the... Wow. There's so many things to do in this game. Holy shit. It's just a demo. Imagine if the full game comes out, I'll be playing this game for 1,000 hours. Oh no. Ah, see the red cross is like that. It's kind of far. I kind of want to teleport there. My workout when I did it was mostly stretching exercises, running and gymnastics. Just go hiking? I used to go hiking a lot, but I don't live near hikeable places anymore. Aww. Right, we're gonna simp at Amiel again. I'm chubby too, but I'm the muscular type of chubby. I can barely do body weight exercise, but I can at least squat 100 kilograms. I already tried. Oh, I can't. I'm actually just chubby without muscular without muscles at all. Now we know it's technical, but we're gonna get destroyed anyway. Kobo is a huggable type of chubby. Oh yeah, Narix did meet me in real life. My mom likes to call me asparagus because I'm tall and thin. Oh wow! At least you're not green. Wait, you are green. Uh oh. Oh, red? Oops. Well, if it's red, then let me pet my Ratha real quick. No, at least let me pet my Ratha. Ooh. Yeah! Akiramenai kara. Lived on 1 HP and I'll spike to pet the Rathalos. Yeah, exactly. Now we can do lunge stands. Ratha survived, by the way. Ratha survived. Hime. Twenty dream pics in the terrace over and traumatized everyone. What would that be? What would that be traumatizing? I mean, if you feel comfortable enough, definitely. I'm okay with that. Right. Oh, nighttime. Do we get new monsters at night? Spongy boy. Oh, barrel felines. Come here. Wait. Alright, I know what to do. Troll! Yeah, we can kill one at least. Troll! We saved one! Bye-bye. You keep RNGing barrel felines? What do they give? I don't know what they give. Go here when you can. What? Okay. I don't know how to reach there, but I'll try. It's just swing. Okay, no. Do you want to randomly see a plumpy Vietnamese Dirk man? I don't. Hey, it's Dirk. Of course I want to see Dirk. Fairly potent Royal Ludroth egg. I want a extra Royal Ludroth. Give me shiny Royal Ludroth. Come on. I don't believe it. 你阿妈其实好扒过去，真的是你 It's okay. I hate this game actually. The game doesn't want to give me mega shiny spongy boy egg. I forgot who I was talking to. Mr. Dragons.
Oh my god, can you stop simping?
Look, it's dragons. I have to. Okay, now we go to the north again. Nice. We go to the north cross for now. Uh-oh. Oh, did I went the wrong way? I did. I'm stupid. What if this triggers the Namiel again? Would that be funny? Too red? It'd be funny if you end up in a turn base battle with ordinary rocks, since that's what looked like just happened. I bonked a rock. Nice. Muri shinai. Free? Nice. Who that? Is that Plesiv? Is that Pharaoh Plesiv? I mean, that tail looks like Plesiv, but I don't think that's Plesiv. Imagine you buy to your parents after missing 5 of their calls and has to enter a turn-based battle. Oh shit. No. Well, my condolences, I guess. Slay, make a camp here? Who are you? Oh my god, it's Mike Tyson! Holy shit. Yo, Mike Tyson! Mike Tyson is power attack, I think, so... Kobo can get literally destroyed. I don't mind, it's Mike Tyson. Worth. Yeah, they're power. Did I know the speed attack? I'm not doing any damage here. Do not press R to previous level? I didn't see it. Yeah, I just did speed attack. Why can I not do double attack? The boys area conceived. Oh shit. Incendiary bomb? Every fucking monster just one shots. And the game wants us to make a camp here. Are you stupid? They changed the behavior. Someone should clear him already, by the way. Simply be better. Dodge? Well, I wish I can dodge in the turn-based combat. It's fucking like 75 of the 75 of the battles I just die from one shot. It's like, ugh. I mean, I get it's a demo, but it's only this aspect of the game that makes me hate the demo. It's like literally 75% of the monsters would just one shots the team. It's like, ugh. I don't know what it does. It went from power to maybe technical. I mean, Mike Tyson is pretty technical. If it's technical... we try power. Oh wait, and then or use speed. I'm dead. Yeah. 1/3 the reason I got my name. That's cute. So it went from power to speed. Okay, it went from power to speed. Breaky lower, yeah. Pretty sure there's zero way to win this. Not with my skill level. Well, I guess we try to go for the other... This one seems close enough. Simply hatch a Namiel. Play the demo, Jade. Try to hatch a Namiel. You little shit. Get that Namiel. Yeah, I can just... Kobo, I can't. I wish I could, but I physically can't. But I believe in Jade though. South from us is the easier of the three. West from us is tough, but it's on a relatively doable scale. There it is. Where's our request going? Shall we check on the quest? My original used to be a mix between Bracky and a cool looking gemstone. No one could pronounce it, and one time someone mispronounced it as Bracky and I liked it. Oh, Bracky! Bracky? Oh, it's a Nastila. Oh. Technical Nastila? Technical, we need power for it. I mean, I have a Nursilla to check on here. Nursilla hates fire. Okay. I didn't fix the mother. I didn't have it last night. Onyx? Oh. Brachionyx? Brachionyx sounds cool though. It's just a demo. Let's have Anja. Sniffer, sniffer. But what do you mean I didn't hit it? There's still I mean, it's power. Pre-fight him, Pharaoh and Nursilla don't carry the same strategies. I'm dead. Do I even have a strategy? It resists fire. Ah, that's what you mean, okay. Maybe I have to try using Spongy Boy Reel. Well, it was just a Flintstone. It's a pretty Flintstone. It's pretty weird. It's chipped in a way that kind of looks like an arrowhead. Yeah, Kurok is cool. One shot, easy. Backlash. Pharaoh sleep gas, everyone's gonna fall asleep. Engineer keeps attacking the crystal. Everyone's dead. Here we go, everyone gonna get one shot. Close enough. I didn't fall asleep though. What I do, I didn't fall asleep. Watch this. This is gonna work, trust. Paralysis! Hiya! Fuck. Oh, did it. GG. They were speed, right? I think. You're very pretty. Brecky's pretty. Dragon pretty. I mean, I can hope for an evade here. Oh, it's head to head. Oh, it's red. It's not gonna be enough. I'll just take the hit. think I can do lunge stance and then I can do it again after if I die. Oh! Oh! Yo! Grant critic eye to the user, counters one enemy attack with weapon. I feel like they're gonna do an AoE here, since they're not aiming at anyone. I'm betting on that. I'm doing it. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Oh, they staggered. Oh my god, they staggered. Now they're gonna do it, right? Oh no. Now they do the beam, unfortunate. What? How? Make me some pancake? Oh, pancakey? I want pancake. You're gonna do kill the tackle? Right. It's aiming at them. Okay. Then we can try to up our skill first. Keyship skill. They're doing the assault now. I'll let them do the assault. Yeah, it's gonna cancel on attack and I can try to build up more. Yeah, we can cancel 2 different hits with this, so I'll try doing it like that. The weapon so bar is blue. Make some move off of this. Oh, okay. Let's not. I think we should attack the crystal, no? Now it's probably gonna do something big. No, it's aiming at Angie. Ooh. EPNG? I forgot what the attack was. Shit. I don't remember. Oh, again? They went from technical and then I need to do speed? What's speed? Oh, if I whiff this one, I'm dead. I'm like 100% dead here. I could just use my kinship skill, but it's only level 2. I kinda want to make it into level 3. Let me think. There's no log. There's no log. It might be power. It might be power. I'm betting on it. If I lose this one, I might actually just lose the entire match here. Fuck! Why do I lose all 50-50? Oh my god, we survived that. How the fuck? Oh, I have the guts or something. Yeah, we have to do it now. Spray water! Now they do Sleep Chaser. I'll wait until they like stagger or something. No, it's not speed. They are speed, so we need technical to counter it. Okay, okay. It's back to technical now. So we need power again. How many? Oh yeah, okay. Nice. Are they doing AoE now? They might be. Let's do Spirit Release Slash here. Yeah. Oh, NG. Well, we don't. I dodged it. Uh-oh. It would be cooler if I deal more damage. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. The entire room is like dark. I need light. Just a bit. I'll be right back. Kobo back. Turns on Nightlight for Kobo. Nightlight feels comfy. Wait, they're not technical anymore. They're pissed, so it's... We need to they are speed, okay. Oh my god, 300. Oh, it's crit. Yeah, we don't do it. Synchro Rush is not that good. Then we're gonna ride. I think it's gonna do the big boy here. I mean, it's not aiming at anyone.
Okay, I have an idea. We have Kobo in a cage. We call her a good girl and give her lots of pet pats. Wait, no. That's just everyday Tyler, right? Oh well, good girl. Good pet pet pet.
Is your favorite color also purple? I love purple and pink. Very, very nice colors. I kinda want to negate what they do here. Yeah, I don't want slick gas. Speed. At least we're halfway there. Purple is very powerful. Yeah. Oh, is it doing it again? Do we all have dodge up one? Let's just hope we dodge this one. Blue to inflict paralysis. Okay. Oh wait, we're gonna get hit by this. We lost. No. God damn it. Oh my god. Return to normal, back to power, I think. Oh, why do you do it now? What? We had a double attack chance. Oh my god. Oh my god, Eleanor griefing. We're at red. Wait. Defense of dodge up. Oh, we have that. Okay, so now we do this one. I should change to green, red. Green blue. We do green blue. Yo, NG. Dodge. Nice. It looks like it's gonna do the big boy here, right? Tweening with our favorite color. Purple is just amazing. Herb for NG. It's gonna be a sleep gas, I think. Heals bleeding and grants regenerate. Grants regenerate to 1 ammo. Might be a little bit too late, but that was kind of dumb. I griefed it. Yeah, I griefed it. It's angry, it's back to speed? Yeah, speed, we need technical. I mean, I can only hope they dodge this one, honestly. We're both at last health here. Well. I need to double attack this one. I think it's going to be the beam, right? This one? I'll do it again. Let's hope we... I can only hope. Oh, unless we break the head, enough damage. Let's hope this is enough. Oh, they have no health anymore. Oh, there's only 2 of us. Oh, oops. I thought they can attack as well. I'm done. So it's gonna do the Pharaoh gas now, I think. I mean, to be fair, I haven't been aiming at the crystal. It doesn't... I don't know when I can attack the crystal, to be honest, but... Let's see. Defense up, dodge up, tree... Now we need piercing though. It's still angry. Oh wait. I don't think I can hit the crystal now. Wait, I can! Yeah, we tried. My brain is burning from everything, holy shit. I actually feel like my head hurts from that. Holy shit. You can see the spot I show in the screenshot. I think it's somewhere here. That one. That was a good try, I would say. I messed up a lot towards the end there. There was just too many to keep track of. Hmm. It's here, right? Yeah. It's a bit further south? Oh, okay. Around here then. I already got killed by the Espinas though. Like, I got killed by the Espinas at the Monster Den. No, I didn't see, I didn't know Espinas exists here, but a Monster Den spawned a Espina and then I fucking got destroyed because I... Yeah! I got like one shot. Can I touch him? I don't think I want to touch him. But I want to look behind though. Uh-oh. Try not to provoke it? Well, yeah, run away. I cannot get the look behind? Espina's so cute, just EP. So, this is Breki. This is Nerstella. What if this is really rough? Here at Capture Me in Monsanto Stories 3? Hey, if you exist in Monsanto Stories 3 universe, why not? I mean, I would like to be captured more than capturing. Restoring radiant to us? What do you mean, don't horrendous? I'm just a kobold. Who that? Paolumu? Come on. Why Paolumu? Spooky. Would you hop in the femur breaker machine if it was dragon shaped? Yeah, I mean it's dragon. I don't know what it is, but I see dragon. Power Lomo is technical, right? If it's technical, we need. Yeet, dude. Whoa, Power Lomo looks insane. Uh-oh. Should be using it earlier. It's speed though. Ooh, NG clever. Here, let me help. It's probably gonna do something big here. Let's hope I'm fast enough. Yeah. Stun? It just stuns everyone. It's a machine that breaks your legs in the most painful way, but you got the Hobbit and Dragon shape machine, so good for you. I don't think it's gonna work for me though. You know, like me being a small kobold, I think that thing's not gonna work on me, I think. Probably. Let's hope this works. Okay. We do it. There's no return to normal. Oh, nice. Looks like it's doing something big. Oh, it's doing red, okay. The machine should be adjustable for folks of all sizes, very inclusive, broken legs for everyone. Nice. Oh wow, nice. I think it's a roll first, right? Yeah. Always ice first. I feel nothing? Oh, nothing. Oh, we feel nothing. Okay. I kind of want to try hitting the crystal. I don't know if it's a good idea though, because there's a backdash and I'm gonna get hit again. No, let's not do that. Oh, don't do it. Because we're almost at level 3. I guess we're still gonna do a power attack here. Or, yeah, hit here. Nice. Okay, we're at level 3. It's aiming for me with something new. I don't know. Yeah, let's do double. Why not? It's gonna hurt. Mine's level 3. Well, we did it. The easiest one. The getting the Radiant to S rank is kinda hard. I don't know how I can get like constant Radiant Ag. I have a hammer. For a long time you have, Ash. Hello, Kobo friend. Oh my god. Welcome, welcome. Just need to find Radiant Egg and then give away. Fight the Radiant. Oh, changing battle allies. Oh, I can change battle allies? All this time? Interesting. Took me a bit also, but very rewarding. Just need to find a Radiant Egg. And spawn her skill trigger. If that's the case, let me try something. Gonna go have my walk and cook dinner now. You have fun jumping random monsters made dark sim. Okay, have fun cooking as well. Thanks for hanging around. I don't know if I said this, but I hope Ash is doing good. Then protector M. There we go. Okay, then protector. I'm okay, just unproductive. Oh goodness. I know that feeling all too well. Okay, so in the morning around the first camp, there will always be like a Radiant there. Alright, let's try to get the Radiant to S rank. I think we're relatively close for them to get S rank. double check. Oh, we're only at B. Oh no. Oh, it's Toby now. Wait, is it different every time? I thought there would be like a radiant guaranteed spawn here. Oh. And Toby hurts? Hug Kobo's friend. Oh, we blocked it. I don't think it's technical anymore. They went from speed to technical. So to counter technical we need power, I think. Let's hope we're right. Okay, okay. And Safira, thanks for the leg. Hope you're doing good. A dragon. Oh, windmill. I don't think I can block this. Yeah. It's still angry? Let's do the bonk. Oh my god, unlucky, we lost. We got double windmilled. Lamau. Where even is the rating? Yeah, let's have a run back on this, Toby. Because you added Toby to the habitat now, rating don't spawn there anymore. I got dinner. Okay, have good dinner next. the fuck? Why did it hurt so much? Any lightning resistance? Well, Toby has lightning resistance, but it's wrong. Guarantee spawn spot for Radiant, that's by the local tower at the south area that's flying. It's a bit harder to reach and no preemptive strike, yeah. Is that the windmill? Still one shots. Ooh. Still angry. Don't do it. Are they doing assault? Let's skip this. Maybe I can change the habitat restoration on the fly? Oh. Oh. Select a monster for conservation. The selected monster cannot be removed from the ecosystem rank. I guess I cannot just change it willy-nilly. So I do have to wait, unless I have an idea. This one, please, if it's gonna come in clutch. I can change it here, I think. Yeah, okay. We don't put Tobi Kadachi here then. Yeah, it's fine. I'm okay with that. Nice. Okay, let me see if the Radiant will spawn outside. Oh, nothing spawns anymore. What? Well, Velocidrome is there. Weird. I wonder if I can get like a random Radiant egg from a normal monster den. I guess I can only try. Wait, there's a chance for Radiant Egg. Okay. Okay. Yes, I want this egg. Oh my god, we're cooking. Okay, that works too. That works too. Just go to monster dens and farm for Radiant Egg. It's not that hard. No Radiant Egg. Right, it's randomized, of course. Oh, I take it back. There's actually Radiant Egg everywhere. So the one that's like being shown there is not necessarily just the egg that I can get. That's good to know. Then my plan of just getting too many different monster dens is going to work, I think. I pressed wrong button. Right, let's do this quickly. I am getting a little bit hungry here. I'm very hungry, actually. But I want to see what it is, so I'll try to do this as fast as I can. I don't think it's that hard to get into S rank. Gypsyros. Chatacabra. I definitely want to hurry things up a bit. Mages in the cellar. Come on, Radiant. Get it back for him. Just do it. Fuck it. Angina. Unlucky. It's okay. We go to the next monster den. There's like so many monster dens out there. I don't think we should be going to rare dens. I think rare dens doesn't have any Radiant in there, which is kind of weird, but eh. Alright, next monster den. Many golden loot? Holy shit. time to run. Don't think I want to risk fighting. Go, 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 go. I mean, so far I got two. Maybe if I try to get more Radiant in, and then I can have more Radiant then. Let's give it a try. Habitat restoration. Anjanath, Chitacabra, Blue Yankuku is there. Yankuku is here. Restoration slots 5. Oh, Anjanath. Oh, I put Anjanath here as well. Oh shit. Might as well. Nursilla is also here. Bye bye. Have fun breeding. I mean, have fun reproducing. Oh, we get. Oh, okay. Mutated. Oh, no fucking. Excuse me. There's a Dread Queen Radiant here? I mean, okay. Alright, we put all of them here. Anjanath and maybe Chetacabra. Yeah. I mean, Drake Queen Radiant is crazy. Deviants already? Detail of this Radiant Deviant bears venom of the deadliest kind. When expelled, the venom forms a majestic purple cloud of miasma that suffocates any unfortunate prey. Prey. Radiant or Pink Radiant's ecosystem rank is S. Mutation is said to occur in habitats where many poisonous monsters reside. Resides in habitats containing 3 or more poisonous monsters. Oh. Poisonous monsters? Drag Queen Radiant? Slay? Drag Queen? Would there be a lot of poisonous monsters? I feel it might be over there. I wanna take a look. Oh wait, this is... Oh, that's Engineer. Unless I can... I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Maybe I can get that in... Let's try to farm eggs in red ends. Maybe I can even get a pink Radiant or Dread Queen Radiant, maybe? Another Chatacabra. That was quick. Another Chatacabra. Angela. Just gonna keep doing it. Blue Yen Kutku? They must have spotted us. Go, 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 go. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, run. Oh, there's Nacella. There's two Nacella. One Engineer. Ooh. So the way I restore habitats will cause different monsters to appear, I think. I mean, based off the monster that I saved or I released. Oh wait, no, this Engineer is friends. Right, here's hoping. Nursilla. Oh my god, this Gyps Ross.
A reminder to tell your favourite Kobo that Shush is a cutie, a good girl, and give her some tight squish hugs. Good girl, Tylra. Pat, 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 pat.
I like hugs. Oh! Highly potent Yin Kutku egg. Hiya Yin Kutku. Well, I'm taking it. It's a rainbow egg. I like Pepe Pet too. And then the Kobo. Hi! Oh my god, Kobo friend. The Kobo. Yep, yep. Oh, heckin' yip. Oh my god, yip. Yip for the boat. Boat for the yip. Hi, Hidden. Welcome. More Kobo? Heck yeah. That's a Plesiov. I don't think I want to fuck with that. What? Only one? Is there like no... There's no Radiant and Dread Queen Radiant or Pink Radiant egg from Red Ends, I think? Oh, yep. There's another... Here. I am paid to generate eternal suffering. What? Isn't that bad, eternal suffering? shiny. Toby? That was quick. Booyan Cuckoo? Chatacabra? Chatacabra? Oh shit! Frog slow, frog slow. Run, 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 run. Oh my god. Oh my god, frog is not slow at all. Run. Weird. Oh yeah, there's a mission I can complete here. There was a radiance soaring across the sky. Restored the radiance habitat? I did. Paintball? The Radiants were not the only endangered monster species. Just as before, the best bet for finding eggs for endangered species would be in territory of invasive monsters. If you ever find an endangered species in another region, try for the invasive monster to restore the habitat. By doing that even once, eggs for the endangered species will begin to appear and you will be able to increase their population. Such a dramatic change in the ecosystem is sure to spawn mutations, so you may have the chance to see rare monsters. Do everything we can to restore a vibrant ecosystem this then once supported. I think I have too much engine F. Now engine F spawns there. No. Where did we fight Pharaoh monster? Wait, Oh, it's here. Pin. Maybe we can find different eggs there.
Chicken nuggy.
Oh, chicken nuggy.
Yip, yip,
Yip,
yip, yip, yip, yip, yip.
Chicken nuggy. Seahorse heart recipe. Ooh. Oh, that's a pink radiant, but I don't think I can win against that. Let's just go to that then.
Don't forget to feed your favorite Kobo with chimkin nuggies and lots of shiny gem salt. Good girls deserve the tastiest of noms and all the pets.
Oh, I get the tastiest of noms and pet. Where does this monster reside? Chicken nugget. I want chicken nugget. mean, is it even poisonous here? Hmm? Oh my god, cave. Ooh. Many fish here. Oh my god, why is it so shiny? What the hell? Oh, my eyes. Holy shit. Oh wow, that was weird. This is the Espinas cave. I'm not too sure where to find the Dread Queen Radiant. I might have to do this off stream. I'm Kobo hungry. Yep, yep. Now what? Oh, I didn't hit them.
いけるよねみんなましょう見せてあげるわやりました大勝利手応えあったねやったわね
The engine F. Too many engine F everywhere, I think. No, I don't know how to find Dread Queen Radiant. I did find Pink Radiant, so I guess it's not bad. Well, this might be it for Monster Hunter Stories 3 demo, right? It will be a long time before I can afford the full game, right? And once the game comes out, right? A game costs too much. It's like 240 ringgit for me, so it's like, nah, I'll rather save the money for now. So yeah, I think that's it for Monster Hunter Stories 3. I might play this off stream sometimes to like try to farm something. If I make any like new discoveries, I might just take a screenshot of them and let you guys know what happened. I have a rock and gem. Dirt coated. Rock and gem. I want food. I mean, I am honestly just very pleasantly surprised by the game. The game visual looks insane, performance is really fucking good as well, so yeah, I am actually very heckin' happy about this. So yeah, happy Kobo today. It's almost 8. No wonder I'm so hungry, holy shit. Let me open up music real quick. I want music. This one. Bye, Kobo friend. Bye, Ash. Oh, I'm gonna find a raid target first. Night Evie. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for being. I like being a good Kobo. Akko. Ooh, Akko. Wait, Akko's streaming? Holy shit. Let's raid Akko. Akko is taking a small break. Well. Well. You'll be ashamed to raid Akko when Akko is taking a little break. It can be our secret. Well, tomorrow I think we'll be playing more RV Diet with Reki and Zeus. We are probably going to try out the second map. I'm not too sure yet, but hey, whatever it is, we'll just play games together. I wanna check something real quick. Yeah, let's rate Akko. Kobo hungry, brain gone. I think my brain just doesn't work anymore. Too much Monster Hunter Stories does this to me, I guess. I mean, to be fair though, Monster Hunter Stories requires so much brain power, it's crazy. So, yeah. Anyways, we're gonna have a stealth raid to Akko. Akko doesn't know, it's okay. But before the raid though, I wanna plug my things real quick. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Oh. And coffee nice. Any donation with coffee will go towards like my bills and stuff. Just there for stream finish. Oh, welcome back Nina, and welcome back Johnny as well. And Draken. Sneak. Also Bernie, tell them about it, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. I watched TV with my kitty while my mom was doing some errands. Oh, sounds like a good time. Watching kitty with TV? Not too sure how that works, but... Oh, Akko is back. Right, let me... Well, that's the coffee. Coffee helps. And I also have a Discord channel. I announced my stream stuff over there and stuff. Yeah, like... Stream delay... or no stream or stream starts, anything stream related will be announced on my Discord channel. And of course there's also Dragon Sipping Corner because I like dragon. I like dragons a heck ton. That's why I'm a Kobo in the first place. So she was resting on my chest. Oh my god, cute kitty. Have a nice day. Thank you, Nina. Nice day to you too. Right, let's have a relay out of message. Day. And gonna type in rate to Akko. Easy name. Type that. I'm gonna go get myself some food. Tomorrow I'll probably play something small before we start playing RV there yet, or Peak. We don't know. With Brecky and Zeus. So yeah. I think that's pretty much it. I don't think I'm missing anything here. So yeah. Before the raid, though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. Right? And here comes the raid. To Akko. Hiya. Thank you, Mars. Thank you, Petok. Oh my god. I'm so hungry. Oh my god. I need food. I'm already thinking like what I want to get, maybe. Get Kobo food? Yeah. I'm gonna get a bunch of gems. I need... Oh my god, that was suddenly so loud. I need amethyst. Amethyst. Need food. I want to eat gems. Must be a good chomp. I want to chomp. Bite all the gems. Gonna have a good crunch. I think my Kobo brain is too strong today. A little bit. Just a little bit. I mean, I guess my Kobo brain is kind of strong every day. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Kobo loves y'all. Take care, y'all. Right? Take care. Bye. Take care. Bye, Brecky.